to wait that long, to be honest with you, right? You know what I mean? Like if this breaks and holds right now, these are little poke downs um, that are acceptable. And look at that V bottom right there. Like, you know what I mean? Like, so I always said to Zero, I was like, is there any chance that your calculation could be a little bit off, like a little bit fucked up? Like, you know what I mean? Like, it was slightly miscalculated. You know, like, let's just pretend, like, say that level should be 0724 or, you know, 0728. Like, you know what I'm trying to say? Like, slightly off, like 0730. And he's like, no, it poked through there that much. It was just over excitement, over acceleration, over zealousness. People are, you know what I mean? You also gotta think that these fucking clowns, when they spoof and they, like, I had a really great conversation with Fat Cat last night. When these fucking bigger players spoof and that, guess what? They're actually potentially giving signals too. So when they poke down, let's just say I'm a big fucking player, and there's the open, sorry. But let's just say I'm a really big player, and I want to inside trade with people, right? Like, and the time that I poke down, this isn't exactly the conversation I had with Fat Cat, but the time that they poke down, that could just be, hey, I'm under this level. We're gonna, like everybody already knows we're going to find a bounce here, right? The time that I spend under there is allowing participants to get prepared. And you got to think, because this is a global fucking game, I got to give Timmy time. He's in Germany. I got to give this guy in Australia time. He's in, you know what I mean? Like, we're not all on the same page. So I got to give him a bracket of time so he can get in, right? So the first test down was like, hey, good morning. It's 4 o'clock in the morning, right? It's London Open. We're going to give you a signal. Then we're going to poke it up, right? You know what I mean? And then we're going to do it again.
Oh.
And then we're going to go, right? And then now we're going to go. Look at this V bottom. Like, and then you got to see, like, they're going to be like, well, you didn't give me enough time. Well, Bob, next time you're going to better fucking get your shit together, and you got to be quicker than that, right? Because that I can't give you all the time in the world. Because look at that V bottom. We got to make a decision here soon. In the bonds, right? I know it's a weird way of thinking about it, and it's not really, it's all speculation, right? So you can't take it with a grain of 2 pounds of chuck meat, but and Russell itself is, like I told Fat Cat thinks this is gonna puke out like huge. And I said, yeah, but maybe not. Right? Like, it's built a fucking 2-year range here. Just because it built a big range doesn't mean we can't just build more on top of this range or beside this range. It's not just because there's a gap in the volume. That's the problem with that volume profile thing. Just because there's a gap or a low volume node, it doesn't mean it has to go get it, right? Like, it could just leave it there forever. Like, we're not going, like, everybody wants, like, some of these bigger players want this COVID to get reclaimed. It doesn't have to do any of that. If you look back in time, you're never, I call it the chart gets compressed. So when you go back in time, all these big moves don't look like shit. But in the time, that was the market crash of 220, whatever. That was the market crash of this. And you look at it and you're like, oh, that's pathetic. That's because the chart is so compressed now. Back when it was happening, oh, fuck, man, it was a nightmare. Just like COVID, you see that rip down? Watch COVID kind of disappear. If you're, not just you, Timmy, but if any of you guys are around in 5 years, watch that COVID fucking spike shrink and shrink and shrink and look like jack shit on the chart eventually. I guess I'm ranting.
No. I don't know what you mean.
Who doesn't like a first thing in the morning rant, right? None of you guys probably have kids. You don't get it. Fuck off, man. Gold the whole time this whole thing was happening, gold was the trade. The whole thing, the whole time. We shouldn't even have been looking at anything else almost.
Did you get
Fucking
gold?
hilarious.
I've been watching
No,
gold
but
like
I
crazy.
mean,
Did you get it?
I know, but I mean, no, I didn't because it's like, what the fuck?
Well,
And then
dude,
it just,
you can't watch every
it's
market.
stupid,
You got
right?
to pick a few and
Yeah,
specialize, in my
no,
opinion.
I'm
But
watching,
Zero,
I'm
I don't know
watching it
how he
all.
does everything. Huh? Zero's just good. What are you trading mostly right now, nowadays, Harvey?
NQ.
What's
Which is
wrong?
fucking
NQ is a good market.
insane to me that you trade NQ.
I like,
The speculation, I know.
no, it's not the speculation. I like the way the candles move, actually. It's more predictable, or not predictable, but it's consistent, I suppose. There's not like a stall where like ES will just sit there for a couple seconds and just like, what do you guys call that? Accumulate or whatever. I don't even know what the fuck you call that, but NQ will put in a candle at that point. It'd be like the difference NQ versus Russell. Russell will just sit there with a flat line and go like a little bar and be like, I don't know what's going on for like 30 seconds. And NQ put in, 5-second candles the whole way along. So I like to see the actual, I feel it's the true structure of the market, right? Because it throws every signal, every time, every little nick and cranny, even in the after hours.
So you're saying you like NQ because of the way it moves on the microstructure, if I got this right.
Yes. Like
Okay.
the way the candles
Okay, that's
build,
fair. Because
right?
I
The way the candles
and there's
build,
nothing
yeah.
wrong with that, you're saying. I like ES because I'm an ES person and I like ES just because Zero likes the Dow. I like ES because it on the higher time frame it usually respects weekly highs and daily highs. So I like that about ES. But if you like NQ on the lower time frame, it just shows how different traders can have different ways of trading and be very successful.
I'm
Yeah,
saying
we'll come
Dow is
in
the
like it's
strongest, not the best.
entries, right? I say entries. Like the entries are more clear to me, I suppose, on an NQ.
What'd you
Like,
say, Zero, by the way?
yeah, go ahead.
I said Dow's the strongest, not the best trading asset. That's not what I was arguing.
So you buy Dows and uptrends because it's the strongest? Is that what you mean? Or just
Well,
right
if
now
you're
it's the
if you're leaning long, you should definitely buy the strongest one, right? Yeah, I mean, it's as pretty much simple as that, which is why I'm long the Dow. To me, that's Dow is the strongest.
I just want to make sure you know.
I know what.
The 30-year yield closed its gap. This is an interesting place right now.
Just
Oh,
follow the
fuck,
bonds. That's what.
Oh no, just looking at your fucking stupid entry.
No, I don't know what you're saying.
Yeah, that's exactly what I looked at your stupid entry. I get it.
How's it?
It's not stupid. I'm just saying it's stupid good. That's yeah.
Oh, it's falling.
Oopsie. Drop the
So are you
spaghetti.
still watching kind of everything right now, Zero?
Today's a little bit
Nice.
more back and forth.
Hmm?
Like it's not a day you put too much emphasis on capital flow stuff. You're just really just focusing on the bonds and what their bonds are doing on a bigger time frame, not on a 5-second chart or something. I don't really love that high, but I'm gonna hold. Yeah, I don't love that high.
I think the whole point of the market, not the whole point, but the simplest way to trade is to just know the direction based on either the capital flow or, in my case, the sentiment, and then just, you know,
That's a
risking
very
a
important tap on the Dow, by the way. Anyways, that's a really important that number that we just hit, 485. Sorry, go ahead. Like,
just saying you got to get a direction and then stick with your bias. And you have a point where the bias is wrong, but if you have the direction right and you manage your risk okay, you'll make some money.
yeah, see that? How are you been doing?
Been doing better. Last month I was up like 5R, so I was really happy.
Nice.
This month I'm so mad. I got stopped out like to the tick like twice. So I'm very annoyed. So I took two L's when they could have been wins.
Are you still day trading or swing trading?
I don't even know. It's kind of like in between. It's usually my trades are closed by the end of the day, so I guess you could say it's day trading. Just looking
Well,
for
are you bound by day trading rules?
no, no.
Okay,
I'll
then
hold
you're swing
overnight if
trading.
I see value. Okay, there
Okay.
you go.
Yeah.
Like here, let me show you a trade I freaking took, and I'm mad at how it played out. It's just so unfortunate when this stuff happens.
Tell us to stop. Yeah, make sure. Like, or circle where you had your feet.
Now, this is a trade I took last Friday. I was looking for 5 to 1, but it just ended up coming back, and I took a break even. Then it would have hit where my stop is, and then ran the other side to the target. So that would have been slightly annoying. It ran 3 to 1, so I could have taken partials, but I did not. It was just based on that swing that you can see on the 1 hour.
I'll be right back. Not feeling well. Hold on. Sorry, I'm back. Um, hey, Specs, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
You know, I don't know where your entry is, like the time of it. But if you're swinging it multi-day,
Huh?
um, kind of looks like you're in the middle of nowhere as far as your stop goes. Like, especially if you put it above those wicks,
Hmm.
you know, of course it's going to go there.
Yeah. The thing is, this trade ran 3-1, and I should have
Yeah.
just taken it at 3-1. And if I just stuck with that rule, I was expecting a bigger move, and it did do the bigger move, but you're right, the stop was in the wrong spot. If I was looking for the bigger move for a multi-day swing, but for a single day, it would have worked.
Absolutely. Single day, you just take it off.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, but for multi-day, that stop is not
Yeah,
great.
it's not a good stop. Amen. But yeah, I find like lately this week, it's been a lot faster than the last couple of weeks. Maybe it's just me that thinks that, but
No,
you
it's
notice
been
the
fun.
time frames change, right? Like maybe in the summer, I was trading on the 4 hour a lot, and that was good. And now it's like you have to trade on the 1 hour because the market's moving a lot more faster. I don't know if you feel that same way.
Nope. I just trade what it gives me. Um, I understand what you're saying. The volatility has increased, which excuse me, just means you can't read shit on a not you specifically, but people can't read stuff on a smaller time frame chart because it's nonsense. Not nonsense, but it's just quick price action.
Hmm.
So yeah, I do agree with you partially on that.
Mhm.
You're looking for longs all along this area, FYI. So as NQ was dropping right there, that was an opportunity. That Russell was an opportunity, in my opinion. Um, I think ES is not yet ready, but
Russell. Russell is playing nice today again.
you know, Russell's strong.
Give me
There we
15.
go. You want 15?
Yeah.
Are you long?
Yeah, for sure. I'm already up. Like, shit.
You can aim for 17.24.6 as an ultimate target if you want.
Ooh.
Like, I mean, like your last contract or, you know, however you want to play it. Yeah, my gal doesn't want to go. I think it's
Yeah,
going to
but when
crank.
it does, you think?
I don't know. I'm kind of watching right now. It looks like my guess for the day is that we're going to move up to one of them's going to reach, you know, their targets. Let me see which one's most likely. Looks like Russell. is most likely going to reach that 17.24.6, and it doesn't matter if the rest of them, reaches that, they'll just all drop probably. So what I'm trying to get at is, end of the day, we're probably going to finish back into this range right here, if not lower. I don't see this holding up, but could be wrong. Because ES is going bid like crazy and someone's holding it back. They might release it. I don't know. Let's see. That was a shitty high by NQ. No, doesn't look great right now. Truthfully.
So there was a big buyer on the N, but he seems to have been absorbed.
Not selling. Doesn't look good for NQ. This is just needing more ground. Who knows?
I took 70% off at 13 Russell.
Possible short in crude.
I think that was a mistake. No, it was good for the Russell to take profits. They sold a bunch of calls at the highs. There's a gigantic long call position above us for ES 4335 and 25. Gigantic exposure. Attempted to re-engage. They're buying in the money puts. Buyers re-engaging in the bonds, as far as I can tell. All three at their close to the highs.
What the hell?
Who would you, Zero?
Sorry, what?
Anything
The
new
type.
in life? You're running a hedge fund,
Oh,
just chilling.
lots of things new. Specs, you've been gone for a while.
Yeah, so what's up?
Hero
Wife's
got a new
pregnant?
pair of shoes. Yeah.
Oh, nice.
No.
Congratulations.
No.
That's
Thank
good.
you.
Is it a
I
boy
no
or a girl? Or you
longer.
don't know yet.
It's a boy.
It's a boy? Oh, I know you wanted a girl. Oh, well. Do you know what you're going to name him? Or no idea yet?
Sasquatch.
Don't know yet. Actually, we're still
Yeah.
debating about
Sasquatch
it.
is a good name for a boy. Actually,
Call him
Harvey's a
something
good name.
badass like Zero to Trader.
Yeah, that's gonna fly. Specs.
Yeah, what else is new?
Nothing. I'm tired of people in Fat Cat's room.
Of course.
Bunch of fucking idiots. Like it's like
These
just
new people, right?
yeah. Well, new, yeah, new, old, but like some of them, like when they talk, it's just like they all sound like they're fucking 14 or 16 or some shit. Dumb.
Feel you. That's why you have the internal rooms within the room, right? Like
Yeah,
zero
to
private.
get away from. Excuse me. Yep, precisely why. But even then, I am gonna stream a lot less.
How are your results lately? Like, are they getting better? Are you? I remember last
This
time we
month
spoke,
was
you were
not.
doing 5 hours.
This month,
Uh-huh.
this month was not great, to be honest.
Yeah.
Last month was fucking awesome. Like 30R.
Wow, that's really fucking good.
Yeah. This month I'm probably down like fucking 10, I think. I don't know. I
You know
need to
what?
calculate.
If you average that out to 10 hour a month, you're still doing amazing. Like on 200K, that's 20 grand a month. That's beautiful.
Yeah.
And you know the
I
month isn't even over. Like I think you're probably gonna, at worst, I think you're gonna get to like positive 3 or 4 hour because like you're very good at coming back from these holes.
I don't know, man. This is an interesting environment, to say the least, right now. Whoa, this is falling down fast there, buddy. Is there news?
The dude is speaking, right? Or isn't he speaking yet? Has he started?
Oh, is it right now? Oh, okay. I thought it was like an hour ago. Okay. Oh, okay. Yeah.
I might be.
Oh,
Wait, am I right? I don't know.
no,
No, it
there's
was an hour.
Yeah.
I'm totally wrong.
Yeah, it was an hour ago.
I'm wrong.
The fuck?
Yeah, I don't know either. The yield seems to have stabilized while there's no interest in the bonds any higher. There was a strong buyer at 06 for the 10-year, but there's no follow through yet. But yeah. So I've got a question. Gold is a zero coupon bond, right? Or has zero coupon bonds? Do you have any experience what that means?
No. 1 second.
So as far as I know, zero coupon bond is you don't have interest payments during the duration.
Sorry, hold on. I gotta check.
What do you like a zero like so as the buyer? No, buyer wouldn't have interest in. So you're just saying it has a expiration
Has an
total
expiration, exactly.
instead of taking dividends, if you were, or payments as we
Payments.
go along?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh.
I'm
So
looking it
you
up.
would get a bigger, you should get a bigger return on that said product then, yeah?
Yeah, and
Taking, right?
But there's more risk involved. I'm looking it up and it's saying the most
Well,
common
more
zero
risk,
coupon
yeah,
bond is a
like-
treasury bill.
More risk because you don't, yeah, you're not getting paid as you go, right? So you're not actually, it's just an all or nothing. It's like trading with one contract. You got no options to do anything, right? Like you just like, I get paid or I don't get paid, period. So risky in a sense. Oh,
so in Chatter I've got, or I could actually do that. Delete that one, yeah. So I've got everything.
Anything new
I
with you,
actually,
Harvey?
it's almost winter. No,
I
not really.
mean,
What do you?
are you doing any funded
Not-
accounts on your trading, or are you trading your own money?
Yeah. So we're all kind of working on combines, I guess. I have different motivations for my combine because we're Canadian, right? And we have that silly thing called taxes, and I'm trying to
Oh, yeah.
work Well, I'm trying to work out a different way of getting paid to do this, right? In a sense. So I really don't know everybody else's motivations for combine, like because I think it's because they're underfunded, like period. Like they just don't have enough money and they think that the combine will set them free in a sense. But I've done a lot of, well, not a lot, but I never really looked at a combine ever before this. So I really don't have any experience. So I've dove into it now, and the combine is such a brilliant business model. It floors me how people don't see how they just take advantage of the day-to-day consumer. Um, I have a different motivation for it, right? Because I want to try to avoid paying our or becoming a financial like a registered financial or whatever. And either way, I'm still trying to avoid that 50% taxes, right? And I want to run things through a corporation, and I don't want to change my corporate structure to a financial structure because then you'll still be paying that same fucking price. None of it matters, right? It's all about taxes. So anyway, I'm trying to find a loophole in the combine to pay less taxes, basically, right? Which I think
You
I
can
have.
set up offshore corporations
No,
with
no, I'm not gonna do
Singapore.
that. I'm not doing that.
Dude, that's
No,
literally the only way to do it, man. You just set up
no, man. Think
these
about no. I've
structures
got
and
it.
you do that shit.
No, 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 no. Yeah, well, okay, but if you're okay with giving them their 10% or whatever, then
Yeah, well, you got
the
to give them
way that
something. It's bad. I'd rather pay 10 than 35% or 40% in Canada.
oh no,
To be
you're
honest.
still gonna have to pay your 30%. I'm not saying I'm avoiding taxes completely. I'm trying to avoid the extra 20%, right? And that's what the combine is actually going to provide,
But there are
right?
ways to avoid taxes legally. Hold on, let me look up. Like, you got to just set up the
What
right
are you talking
corporate
about? I know.
structure.
Okay,
I mean, you know this stuff, right?
I do. That's what I'm trying to tell you. So the
So
combine,
why did. Mhm.
hey, the combine doesn't. Most of these combines don't take you live. You never
Really?
really actually get to trade real money. It's all
Wow.
simulator. Every combine is like this. Take a look at what they do, right? This is what they do. They all, it's all, um, I don't know. I guess they trade copy. I don't know what they do, and I really don't give a shit. But in the fine print of the contracts, when you get a payout, if you make it to getting a payout, they're paying you out for your data, not for winning trades, right? You win a trade, but they're not paying you to win the trade. They're paying you for said data. And that's how I'm going to write it down.
Really? So they're taking trades on your behalf with more money?
I have no idea and I don't really give a fuck. But in the fine print, it doesn't say that I'm getting paid for trading, right? It says that I'm getting paid for data, basically. So I'm going to write it down as I'm a consultant to them, right? And they're paying me for data, not for trading, not for financial advice, not for anything. They're just paying me for data. So I could be a consultant for a biohazard company. Who the fuck cares, right? Like I'm just collecting data for them. It could be the government asking for census data. Do you know what I mean? Like it, none of it matters. That's data now, not trading, not financial. Do you see how I separated it there? That's the
Yes.
difference. That's huge, right? In my opinion. That's how I'm going to change it, right? That's how the whole thing's going to work. So, long story short, I passed the combine, then I blew it up, and then I passed it again. So now I'm funded again, and I'm just working on it, trying to go slow and steady, and that's where we're at, the 86%. I don't think so, Chow. I don't think they're going to have a leg to stand on, to be honest with you, CRA. They're going to try to say that, but again, if I write my if I write it down correctly, they're how can they? It's like they're paying me for data. Like that's all there is to it. I'm a consultant to them now. I I don't know. I really don't think so, right? Like And I'm not trying to avoid them completely. I'm going to pay my normal. Exactly. Top Step has agreed. They have a separate, once you pass, you have to sign into this external, like, um, online billing kind of thing. It's called Deal, DEEL. You can look it up.
Do they still have Deal? Because Apex got kicked out of Deal.
Yeah, it's payroll for remote teams, right?
Yeah, I got paid through Deal. Now
Yeah, and it
I'm
worked, right? You see what I'm
yeah,
saying? Yeah,
no problem.
exactly, right? So, they do that. That's how they're, yeah. They could claim that a combine business is fraudulent. Yeah, their combine business is fraudulent. All I'm doing is consulting them on it. So I'm just an outside provider giving my opinion to them basically, and they're paying me for that said opinion.
So have you looked if
I
there
know
are?
it's a little bit of it's a loophole, and it's like a really fine line, Chow. I know, I get you. Go ahead, Timmy.
Have you looked at if there are any restriction in Canada regarding financial advisory? Because that's the problem I have in Germany.
Yeah, that's the issue, right? Because as soon as I become a financial advisor, they want 53% or whatever of taxes of anything, everything. Even if I wasn't a day trader, let's just say I was just a like just a normal financial advisor, they would still want that same because of the financial, you know what I mean? Like they still want that percentage.
Yeah.
That's why I'm trying to avoid all that, right? Like I'm just trying to get rid of that. Because I'm not trying to avoid taxes. I'm trying to avoid paying 50%. I'll pay the 30%. I'm okay with that, right? And then with the corporate structure, that means I actually only pay like 20% now and then 10% later, right? That's the way that works, right? And then I get all the benefits of having a corporation as well, right?
No.
It's basically I'm pushing it off till later, right? Like that's what the corporation's all about for me. The money gets going in there and it just gets saved until say retirement. And then I'll withdraw it on a, annual basis at that point, right?
True.
Or hopefully less, right? Hopefully yeah, and the way it goes right now, I've got it kind of set up in a sense that I actually pay very, very little in taxes. What I claim, because we have here in Canada, I don't know if Specs knows this, but my corporation can pay me a dividend, or any business can pay you a dividend up to $40,000 tax free. So just so happens that my corporation pays me a dividend of $40,000 tax free. You see what I'm trying to say? And then I collect a bi-weekly paycheck of like $300 or whatever it is, and then the baseline here is like 12,000, where you don't have to pay taxes. So guess what my annual salary is? 11,500. So almost every year now for like the last 10 years, the government's actually paid me money during tax time. Sorry, guys, if you don't, if you're grinding against the stone here, and I'm telling you there's loopholes to help rich people. And I'm not rich, I'm just saying rich people have loopholes. And if you don't take advantage of them, that's your bad, right? Like you need to get on it. Because you're just giving them, like that was like, we have a workman's compensation here, WSIB. I did that so wrong for so many years, and it pissed me off so much. Like I've given them $500,000, and I really only needed to give them like 6,000, or maybe more than that. But whatever, it just so pissed me off that I'm like, not one more penny is going to you, not one, not one single fucking. I've already given them way too much money in my life, so I'm gonna try and loophole the shit out of this from here on out. Period. That might sound crazy, but
No, at some point you have to say until here and no further.
well, I mean, I paid them so much money, and then they just keep. It's like it's funny, right? Because they would never know how much I owed them until I told them, and then they have the audacity to try and give me a late fee when I'm like a day late on it, on their bill. And I'm like, you guys are fucking idiots, because I wouldn't even, if I hadn't have told you, guess what? You'd get zero. Now that I did tell you that I owe you $500 and I'm a day late, you're gonna have the nerve to fucking try and bill me a late fee on it? How about I just don't tell you anymore? Fuck you, done. Get lost, right? Like I'm done. I'm done with like fucking, yeah. And if you read anything or watch anything about like um the way that Canada is in a real bad spot, to be honest, right? Like, not a bad, they're in a great spot. It's our management that's in a fucked up, stupid fucking headspace. And it has been for years, right? Management, I mean, like our government, basically, right? Like, we have everything that everybody wants, yet we're fucking saving it for something. And I'm thinking, what are we saving it for? So some fucking douchebag can come and blow us up and take it? That's what's going to happen. I don't think that we're saving it for like, I don't even know what. Like, what year do you want to start cracking out all this fucking minerals and all these water and all this fucking lumber and all this oil and every single thing that we have? Like, when are we going to start giving this out? Like, it's just stupid. Plus, our dollar is in such a beautiful spot to trade with everybody, but we're not taking advantage of it. It's like, yeah, the
Isn't your
politician's retirement
politics
plan.
isn't your politics also completely controlled by those big 5 or 6 families that are up there? Like every state basically holds a monopoly interest in certain provinces, right? I know of the Richardsons.
Shao, you
Or
might be able to speak to that. I don't think so. Not that I know of. Like, there's a handful, like there is everywhere probably, of big corporations that kind of control a lot of things. Like there's like some big construction companies that really, have the whole fucking place by the balls, really. Like you can't really, like they're like a mafia almost. Like there's like some of these roadwork companies are like, you can't fight them. Like there's no way, like they're gonna get the job, period. Like you can't compete with them. They're not gonna. There was a big accident where some kids drove into a giant hole. Okay, because they were doing some sort of major like sewage type of thing. So it was like a hole in the ground, and they had it barely half-ass blocked off. And like 6 kids drove their car into it, and they all died. And
Lovely.
like you would think that that company would get, sued or whatever for negligence or not protecting the site right enough, or you can't just leave a hole. Like this was a hole in the middle of the road that was as big as the road, right? That they were working on. So these kids just kind of drove up there at whatever, at night and just flew up there, and then they crashed. And guess what? The company, they walked away scot-free. Not a fucking problem. Right? Like, and it's like, whoa, that's kind of crazy. Like 6 kids, 6, I think they were all like 18 years old. Like, you know what I mean? The beginnings of their lives. And all those families have now been totally adjusted. And these guys are just going to walk away. And it was all about pure laziness of not putting up proper fucking signage or fencing or something. That's ridiculous.
Nobody's going to jail.
No, none, nobody. Not they didn't even nothing happened to these. They're just going to continue building the road, and if anything, they're going to win more contracts, right? Like that's because there's nobody that can compete with them.
So fucked up.
Like at least in what was it? Maybe it was China or something, but don't quote me. But some of those engineers or even site superintendents or whatever it is, I think it was like a mall, like a shopping mall, and they use cheap materials and they cut corners on engineering and they cut corners on a lot of stuff. And they found that they like when the mall fell down and killed people, they examined it and they were like, whoa, you guys use shitty concrete, you use this, you use that, it's not right. And guess what? Those guys went to fucking jail for like 10 years. Like involuntary manslaughter or some fucking, you know what I mean? Who the fuck knows what the crime was? But they went to jail. Like you can't, yeah. When people die, it's a big fucking deal.
That's utterly fucked up.
Yes, Chow, you're right. There was a big thing with the fucking tow trucking, and there was like yeah, I think that's through the States as well. Yeah,
Where they
like,
froze their wallets. They're not their wallets. What the fuck? Their accounts, right?
no,
Um,
the tow trucking service. So like, you would get pulled over and your car gets impounded. Then the cop calls ABC Towing, not, and ABC Towing gives the cop a kickback, right? So guess what? Cops were like, huh, what if I pull over more cars and call ABC Towing more often? And yeah, so it's just, yeah, it's not, yeah, it's just unethical. I don't think because you're a cop. Okay, how about this? You know what one person told me once? They say, okay, so, when you're a cop and they have a locker room, why do those have locks on them?
Tell me.
I'm just saying, why would you think that a police station's locker room, when you only have police people working there, why would you need locks on your lockers? Right? Just think about that for a second. Because they're fucking thieves too. It's just because you're a cop doesn't mean you're not a douchebag.
Yeah,
It actually means you're more of a douchebag because you think you're above the law. You're the fucking guy in high school that fucking was like that, That's who you were, or that's who they were, sorry. Right? Like cops are a different person. They're that fucking dickhead jock fucking prick that didn't make it into the top-notch fucking sporting thing, and now they're all pissed off about it. That's exactly what the fuck they are. They're fucking douchebags. 90% of them. I actually know a couple that are half-assed, but I mean, they still they think they're above.
I mean, don't you have that problem
Probably
there
every
anyway? That you, yeah, but well, if you want to be a cop in Germany, you have got to go. You have to have at least A levels. And I think so. Basically, in the US, you don't have to have no high school education, right? Or something like that.
Sorry about that. Yeah, Chow, I saw that in the news. It was yeah, like how it's like they let it go on until somebody gets pissed off, or like somebody's cousin got ripped off by this bullshit casino, and now they put up you know what I mean, and then well, I'm gonna tell my dad, and then they finally bust them. But meanwhile, everybody's involved, which is fine. And again, this is what I'm trying to say. As long as I pay some taxes, they'll leave me alone. I'm not trying to avoid taxes completely. That's when they get pissed off. Anyone got a downside target here on this rip?
What?
Mhm. Are you still in construction, Harvey?
What do you mean? Like it's like, yeah, but I mean, no. Like I haven't done any. I fixed my wife's aunt's deck. It took me It took like 6 hours or something.
Hmm. No, I mean like construction
Yeah,
projects. Used to be a GC, right? General contractor.
yeah. I don't have time for that shit anymore. And plus, people I can't stand people. So, um,
What are we doing here?
yeah, no. Long story short, no. Um,
Puke.
yeah, no. Sorry. I can get you jobs if you want. I always told people that too. I could do that, but I'm not going to do it anymore. I I don't like people. I don't like dealing with people. I don't like employees too are they're the worst. Um, they're the worst. Plus minimum wage went up, eh? Did you hear about that in Canada?
Oh, did it? What is it at
Yeah.
now?
Like $18.
Wow. And inflation is
Yeah.
real, huh?
Well, no, and then you got to think like $18. Holy shit. I was starting guys when like say minimum wage, I think minimum wage was around 14, and I was starting them at 18 and 20, right? Because, you know, to be honest, my job it sucks, right? Like it's a shitty fucking job. Like I told people that when they got hired on, I'm like, look, if you're looking for rainbows and sunshine and paychecks, this is not the place, man. This job kind of sucks. Like you're on your knees all fucking day, basically, or you're lifting shit above your head all fucking day. Like I don't know if you've hung pot lights all fucking day, but it's not fucking fun, man. On ladders and fucking, like it's just a fuck, man. Try roofing for 3 days straight. Or actually try installing interlock stone, like big interlock stone, for more than 3 days. You'd be, I bet you this whole room here would be in bed for a week afterwards. Like it is so physically demanding. It's not good. It's not it's a, whatever, but I mean it kills you, right? Like it just kills you. So
Yeah, I feel ya.
so anyway, yeah, like I just don't want to deal with people. I don't want to deal with the employees. I don't want to deal with the customers anymore because they're fucking douchebags too. They're always like, well, why so much? And I'm like, what do you mean, why so much? The fucking 2x4 costs $9 now, and a fucking minimum wage is $18. And what do you mean, why so much? Like, I don't know.
I know everything's gotten so expensive, you know? Like it's
Well, yeah.
ridiculous.
And then everybody wants to pay less, but they don't seem to have a problem paying for like a $60 fucking steak dinner. And I'm like, well, but I deserve that $60 steak dinner. And I'm like, okay, good. But why wouldn't you think that everybody else gets paid as well? Like, that's the part that I don't get. Like, just because I'm a fucking dumb shamook that works in construction, that means I get paid. I'm only supposed to get paid $18 an hour as well. Right? And I'm like, yeah, but I mean, there's a lot of overhead to this. And then I'm supposed to pay for the whole project too, up front, out of my own pocket. Like, you know what I mean? And then they're gonna pay me at the end when they deem it fit, or they say, "Oh, I approve the quality of your project completion." Meanwhile, when you buy a car, take a look at any car. Really look at it. The fucking details are shot nowadays, man. Like the door doesn't even shut straight. The hood's crooked. The
This is how much money YouTube has been paying me for a brand new YouTube channel that only has 400 subscribers. What's even crazier.
In this video, I'm going to show you how you can create dynamic charts that you can control with a drop down. This is the raw data set that I have. I have information on sales by month for each app. What I want to do is to create a drop down where the user selects the month, and I have a column chart that compares the revenue of the apps with one another. There are different ways of handling this. You can use Name Manager together with some dynamic formulas like offset or index to get the job done. Or my preferred version, whenever I can, is to add a data preparation table here that basically retrieves the data based on the dropdown. What happens is that the chart that I create is connected to this data. data preparation table. This data preparation table retrieves the data from the raw data table. I prefer this because if something goes wrong, it generally goes wrong right here, and it's easier for me to find the problem. First off, let's insert our dropdown, and that dropdown is for the months. I'm going to go to data, data validation, select list. As my source, I'm just going to highlight my months from here. Okay, let me just format that so that we know we can make a selection here. Let's prepare the data for this chart. Basically, when the user selects February, I want February data to be extracted from here and to pop up somewhere here. Let's say I put in the apps here. I'm just going to copy and paste them right here. I could make this also dynamic with formulas, but in this example, I'm just going to keep it simple. I'm going to assume that my data comes in like this, but the report that I want to create or the chart that I want to create shows these in alphabetic order. Now I need to find out what month the user just picked. I can do that with a direct cell reference to this one. Now I need to extract the data based on this and this combination from my raw data table. So I'm going to revert to the easiest formula for me to do this is index and match. Okay, so let's practice with index and match. First argument in index is the array. That's the area where your answer is. My answer could be anywhere, here to here, depending on what the user selects. So I have to select the entire range. I'm going to click F4 to fix it. Then comes the row number. How many rows do I want to move down? What's in my rows? My apps. I need to match for this app. Do I have to fix this? I don't, because I'm not planning to pull this across. Then where do I find this? In here. I'm going to fix it. And I'm going to look for an exact match. So I need that 0. This is a matrix lookup both ways. I looked up fighter in the rows. Now I need to look up the month in the columns. I'm going to do a match again.
Hey, I'm Joey, and I'm one of the 30 AI voices from SpeechLab. You listen to this video until
Match for this. Do I need to fix this? I do, right? Because now I'm planning to pull this down, so I need to fix the row in this case. And where am I looking for this? In here. And I'm going to fully fix this and look for an exact match. Index and match is perfect for this type of matrix lookups. I have more detailed video on this, and I put the link to it in the descriptions below. So if this was too fast for you, make sure you check out that video. Let's just make sure this is correct. 97 fighter, February, 280, that's Wencow, hacker, that's 185. So I changed the position of these so that I need a match, one for the rows and one for the columns. And hacker 185, that looks good as well. If I change this, this changes. Now it's easy to insert my chart because all I have to do is highlight this, go to insert, and insert a column chart. Position this right here and make some minor improvements to this chart. Let's also reduce the gap width and make the chart smaller. Okay, so one thing I could do to improve this is to change the header. Let's say I wanted to say revenue comparison for, and then the month. I can add something here and use formulas to get the full title. Revenue comparison for, and then select this month. That's for September. Now I can do a direct cell reference for the title to this cell. When this changes, this changes. Let's take away the border. I'm just going to go to my quick access toolbar and remove the outline of this. Okay, so now let's say I decide to add in an average to this. I want to have a line that shows the average revenue. I can easily just add a series.
You know, a lot of people think that in order to conceal carry, you're going to need a tactical belt and a set of jeans. Well, I'm here to tell you that you don't. In fact, you can carry in a bathing suit, in a business suit, or in your birthday suit using the Vanish holster right here. This holster is not only going to work without a belt, it is the most...
I'm going to show you how you can create this very flash looking X we like, and we will get the chart updating automatically. So how do times to undo that? But really, which is this E5 matches the order, and the order region, what we're going to do, we're going to create. Now I'm going to actually, no, rather than take that Vex combo box outputs one of
I got a question a few days ago on the old implied volatility video, specifically the one pertaining to doing it with a spreadsheet on how to calculate the rest of the Greeks. So I'm going to do that quickly, hopefully quickly, in a spreadsheet, and I will do it in Python too. But it's basically just plugging in, looking up the formulas and plugging in the values. The only complication might be there are a couple incarnations of like the normal distribution function, and so you have to look up how to calculate those things, and then other things like logs and exponentials, which you can Google. But in general, it's just plugging numbers into a formula. So let me take a sip here. And let's just do it. I will hopefully this will be quick, but it's typing complicated formulas into a spreadsheet, so we'll see. So to begin, a little bit on the notation that we're going to use. This is the Wikipedia article on the Black-Scholes model. Let's zoom in a tad and find the section on the Greeks. Here we go. And over here I have there's a specific Wikipedia article on the Greeks themselves, and down here somewhere they have again all the formulas. The issue is I tended to use this notation here using capital Phi for the cumulative distribution, whereas this article uses a capital N. And then over here where they use, let's see if I can find it somewhere, like here, for example, they use a lowercase phi for the density function, the normal density function, whereas over here they use, let's see, that was gamma. Well, we could use vega here. This is they use n prime, so they're denoting a derivative of the cumulative function and as a prime, and of course that gives you back the density function. So if you're not very well familiar with these density functions and cumulative functions, that might be a little bit confusing. So I'm going to stick to this notation over here. The issue with this is they have a term for the dividends, which they call Q, annual dividend yield, which I did not use in any of my previous videos and which this article here does not use. So what I'm going to do is just stick with the notation on this Greeks page here, and I'm going to set Q equal to 0 just to get rid of it. Obviously, e to the 0 is 1, so that just makes that term go away. And that's how we're going to approach it. So I'm going to use the notation here. And I'm going to build things on a spreadsheet. I've already created one called Option Greeks, and I'm going to switch between that and a Jupyter notebook over here, and we're going to build these in both environments. So, as I said in the introduction, the implied volatility sigma is the actual thing that's kind of
to this. So let's call this average and use the average.
Of the font size, and our list fill range is going to be this list on here, and wish you could just highlight that. You can't. I'm going to put this to B3 to B9. Now I've got some videos coming out, in fact they might be out already, how you can make all of this kind of thing completely dynamic. So if you add more regions, or you want your people to be able to insert columns and rows on the spreadsheet, and it all just come dynamically. Got all that handy. I'm going to merge the region and a title and then link to this, so on the chart. So I'm just going to call this sales, and as we change this, well, more precisely, this cell will change. We're going to use a formula here to get these sales, and we're going to use a formula called sum ifs.
Heat up any room in 90 seconds with this affordable portable mini heater. An engineering student named Robert designed Smart Heat after budget cuts left his school with a broken heating system in freezing cold winter. He and his fellow classmates had to study for their exams in 10-degree temperatures. And when their plea for a new heater system fell on deaf ears, Robert decided to take matters into his own hands. Blessed with a gift for engineering and a desire to help his classmates, he was able to reverse engineer.
If you don't, though, you can use the sum if formula. It works for sales or even the header. Lose it. So that will pick up the total sales for the month of January.
tricky to calculate from this. All of these other things are just plugging into formula, so it's just this will be a very simple video. What might cause some people confusion is the fact that they have these functions phi, capital Phi here and lowercase phi down here. And depending on how familiar you are with math, different software packages call the natural log here in different ways. I believe the Excel spreadsheet, I'm going to use Google Sheets here, but it uses ln for the natural log, and NumPy uses log, just log, to denote the natural log, and log base 10 is log 10, whereas in the spreadsheet it's log. So that could be a bit confusing, but that's just a bit of nomenclature, and a bit of Googling will clear that up. Or you could just test it, for example, here equals log, I don't know, let's do log 10. Let's make this a little bit bigger. So obviously log base 10 of 10 is 1, so that makes sense, and ln of 1 or of 10. Let's do that right. 10 is 1, 10. Let's make this simple here. Equals log, I don't know, let's do log 10. Let's make this a little bit bigger. So obviously log base 10 of 10 is 1, so that makes sense, and ln of 1 or of 10. Let's do that right. Equals ln of 10, gives you back the natural log. So if we were to go over here, pull in NumPy, come down here and say, for example, np.log 10. This gives you back 2 point something here, which is obviously, where is it here? Which is obviously the natural log here. So if we wanted log base 10, we would just have to go back here and specify log 10. And that's obviously equal to 1. So that's a bit of an annoyance, but it's just a bit of coding convention, different conventions in different software packages. So let's get started in earnest. Okay, so in the spreadsheet, I've already filled out some basics here. We're going to need the stock price, variable S, strike price is K, risk-free rate is R, T is going to be time until expiration, and the implied volatility, which is sigma in those equations. We are also going to need to calculate D1 and D2, and I'm only going to do 3 of the Greeks, delta, gamma, and theta, rather than just, I mean, they're just formulas, so just, you know, take this and then extend it to those other formulas. But I will do that for both calls and puts, and of course, I'll also do that, we'll also set this up in a notebook. And just to build some test code here, or test values here, let's create a stock price of 100. Let's do a strike price of 105. Let's set the risk-free rate equal to 1% annual. The time until expiration. Now this number has to be in years, so let's just do 30 days, and in years that's 30 divided by 365. And then the implied volatility, let's just make up a number. Let's just call it 31%. Okay, and now we're ready to start calculating these D values and then move on to the Greeks. Okay, so I cleaned up, I put some divider lines in here and cleaned this up a little bit, kind of formatted these numbers here. Over on this tab here, I've imported some of the functions we've used in previous Python type of tutorials. So we have the D functions here. I also brought in the functions for the call and put price. I don't think we're going to use them, but I brought them in just in case. And I've already written a function for delta. If you could follow the spreadsheet part that we're going to do now, this should be pretty straightforward. And I also imported the same numbers that we have in the spreadsheet for the stock price, risk-free rate, and all that. Printed them out here, and then used the D function above to calculate D1 and D2, so we can check our spreadsheet work. So let's go back and look at what we need to do here. So to calculate D1, our first term is going to be this here, the natural log of S over K, natural log of stock price over strike price. So let's go back here, and we're going to start off, this is going to be equal to the log of the stock price, which was B2, so B2 divided by C2, the strike price. Let's just kind of build this piecemeal so that we can correct errors like this. So what's going on here?
Well, that's still about 10 points you got there.
Yeah. Yeah. But it's definitely a bummer. I'm sorry, man. That sucks.
Yeah, it's brutal.
What were you trying to get long in?
I was long in Russell. It's my new love affair.
I do like Russell a lot. Russell and sometimes Dow are my favorite. But the problem is I can't, or I am not comfortable trading the minis on them, and the micro products for them are pretty much not worth it.
Yeah,
in terms
that's
of
true.
commissions.
Oh, come on.
Sorry.
I was actually, I wanted to hold for a complete V recovery.
You said you accidentally exited it?
Yeah.
That sucks. Did you accidentally exit it towards the high?
Nope.
No.
Yeah, I go. Come on. Thank you. I feel better now. Big blue monster. Could actually be good because bonds are showing some kind of weakness. I don't know. Really hard. I feel like today they didn't care much about the bonds because they are basically holding. I think I'm gonna. I mean, I'm up good. I think that's it for me today. I'm probably gonna chase here, get stopped out because we will retrace like almost all of it.
Yeah, don't do that. Go play some video games or some shit.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. I wish you a nice weekend.
You too, man.
Get some rest. See you soon. Bye bye, man.
See you Monday.
See you.
I just wanna let you know that you don't have to go away. Just stay with me. Everything is so beautiful. And I just wanna let you know that you don't have to go away. Just stay with me. Everything is so beautiful. And I just wanna let you know that you don't have to go away. Just stay with me. I can always be right by you. You can always be with me too. I don't wanna let you go. Don't wanna let you go. I can always be right by you. You can always be with me too. I don't wanna let you go. Don't wanna let you go. Everything is so beautiful. And I just wanna let you know that you don't have to go away. Just stay with me. Feel the pressure in your head. Now, 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 now. Now my money is a grade. You fuck the web with a big deal. You feeling up with your ready now. lie to me. If you forget me in the way, then forget about me. I can't stand you for so long. Why don't you see it? Liar, liar. Hearts in pieces, my words on fire. I wanna run, I wanna run away from your love, away from your love. If you don't like what it feels like, then you don't like to me. I'm on my way, but if you change, you can come back to me. But please don't lie to me, but please don't lie to me. It's not okay like this, yeah. If you don't like what it feels like, then you don't lie to me. I'm on my way, but if you change, you can come back to me. But please don't lie to me, but please don't lie to me. It's not okay like this, yeah. Why don't you see it? Liar, liar. Hearts in pieces, my words on fire. I wanna run, I wanna run away from your love, away from your love. cannot change your mind. 'Cause I don't think we're finished until I cross the line. 'Cause I can't let you go. I want you to know that I will make you mine. So let me have a taste of you. I'm loving everything you do. So before we dive in deeper,
it really is a revolution. Sex and race, because they are easy, visible differences, have been the primary ways of organizing human beings into superior and inferior groups, and into the cheap labor on which this system still depends. We are talking about a society in which there will be no roles other than those chosen or those earned. We are really talking about humanism.
just wanna let you know that you don't have to go away. Just stay with me. Everything is so beautiful. And I just wanna let you know that you don't have to go away. Just stay with me. Everything is so beautiful. And I just wanna let you know that you don't have to go away.
I'm going to answer a couple questions because I feel like I've talked myself out a little bit. I just get kind of excited about this stuff because it's fun. It's like for the first time you get to see the full, or I mean that's what it felt like to us, like seeing the whole board, right? Just to compare it to Classic, right? Like in Classic, we just have to make these assumptions where we're like, okay, this is Gex by volume here, like this is how much we have at all these different places, but we don't know how much of that has been bought or sold. And now all of a sudden you get this sort of picture where it's very, very, there's a little more thinking to do, but also the landscape is so much clearer, to me anyway. Yeah, anyway, for me, it would be relatively bullish that we're holding above these long calls right here on SPX. And then, obviously our next node here is the 4255s, but there's like a kind of a low volume area here. So if we pop this guy, I'm expecting a nice little trip up to 465. But that might take a little bit until later in the day because in order for this to happen, right, we need to see like these puts need to decay a little bit more. And you'll notice that different periods of the day sort of have different rates of decay in terms of the puts, right? So that's why a lot of times you'll see those squeezes come in at like 3 p.m. starting at 2:30 p.m. It's because all of a sudden we start to see a lot of those options decay. People finally start to realize, in other words, oh man, price isn't going to actually go there. I better get the hell out of these, or I better hedge myself by buying something else, and then we start to see price come up. Having a look at order flow. Yeah, we can. I do want to stick around here just in case people have more questions, because I know I have a tendency to go through these things pretty quickly. So, if you guys have questions, I'd really encourage asking them now. Is all the volume shown in state/next also present in state/options profile? Oh, yeah. I mean, I can go into that. Yeah. So I'm not going to spend a ton of time on the Gex, but yeah, so full, right? Like next, actually, we'll go to next first. Next is basically just taking options profile and then grabbing all the calls and all the puts and then representing the calls as positive gamma and the puts as negative gamma. And there's a couple of different reasons that we did that. I get into it a little bit in the visualizations video, but basically we want to see where the levels of maximum convexity are, right? So instead of looking at options profile right now, for instance, which is sort of this like mess, like it takes a little bit more time to be able to read it appropriately. If you just hop into next, you can see what I'm saying. It's really clear already. So we're above the 4250, like that is quite bullish for us. Because it's acting as an accelerant, but then this guy here is putting downwards pressure on price, the 4265. So we're kind of trapped between these two levels here. And for instance, see, that's not particularly bullish that this guy's been growing. So it is quite likely that we're going to come up and tap. But for instance, if we have the gamma here grow a ton, and these guys down here diminish, it becomes less and less likely that we're going to obtain that upside, right? And that sort of gets into reading the Gex charts a little bit more. But, oh, here we go. All right, so we're starting to make our way. Freddie, you're asking, I said that SPX usually displays negative convexity. That's a good jump, yeah. So when we're, for those guys, it might be unclear, but another word for these sold options, right, is negative convexity, meaning that people are short convex moves in the market. And positive convexity is everything on this side of the ladder, and that's going to set us up pretty well for order flow. So Freddie's asking whether the negative convexity that is typically displayed on SPX is also usually the case for SPY. And this is where things get a little more interesting because it actually depends a little bit on the, it actually depends a little bit on the volatility environment, right? So what you'll often see, and I mean, this is what we talk about this when we're looking at, for instance, let's see over here, net convexity, right? So I'm on SPX, yeah, you can see that at the beginning of the day, this is actually a really good example. Let's just hone in on that for a second. And we're gonna get it up here. Net convexity. Great. And I'll go into what this means in a little bit, but it should be relatively clear. So at the beginning of the day, we were selling off, right? And when we're selling off, people want to be long options because volatility is rising, which means you want to be long convexity. You want to have this exposure to big moves in the market when we're selling off. And so you can really see that, right? Like we start the day and all of a sudden, boom, people are buying options in SPX, buying more options in SPX, and we start selling off and we continue to sell off. And where does the bottom in the market come in? Well, all of a sudden we move from an area of being net positive convexity to all of a sudden there's this dump, right? It looks like people just sold a ton of options. Another way to think about that is, hey, a ton of liquidity just came into the market. A ton of people are offering either to buy or to sell. And in general, wherever there's liquidity, things are safe, right? Vol compresses and we go up. And so as soon as you saw that come in, we started to move up again. And then when this came in too, this was a big warning sign here. It's like, oh, we're coming up, but it's not done, right? We're not done in terms of selling off. And so we had this move, we tested, and boom, sold right off again. But when that did happen, all of a sudden convexity came down again, meaning people were selling options again, meaning people were providing liquidity again. Once that happened, all of a sudden our base was secure and price was able to start to come up again. So that's like, let's say if I were to read net convexity for the day on SPX, that's kind of how I would go about it. I should mention also we are pushing up into that node that I was talking about before on SPY, but I don't really have time to hop over into there right now. In any case, to actually answer your question, Freddie, and sorry it's taken me so long, but SPX does usually display a negative convexity because it is the efficient value on selling options is higher than buying options. So there's a lot of big players that are really into selling options all the time, especially 0DTE on SPX. And so yeah, our default for SPX is negative convexity, right? Also, convexity going like this is squeeze territory. Like this is, yeah, just FYI. But yeah, so if we see convexity be above zero, net convexity be above zero on SPX, like that to me is a pretty bearish sign. Like that does not make me warm and fuzzy about the market. Let's switch over to SPY since you're asking about that. And net convexity on SPY. Oh boy, so it looks like SPY knows what they're doing, and they've known what they're doing all day. So this whole sell-off, was not a, I guess SPY traders didn't think very much of it. I will say, right, so I would believe SPY more in terms of a directional bias. I would believe SPY less in terms of a volatility bias. Traders that trade volatility on SPX tend to be smarter. Traders that trade direction on SPY tend to be right more of the time, but you kind of just have to spend a little bit of time with it. I think SPX is a lot clearer. If you see something really big come through on SPX, like you know what's happening more or less. And a lot of times, actually, the way that I put it is when SPY is wrong, it is often very, very wrong. But if it's following trend, as it is right now, then we have a really big boost on what we're doing. Whereas SPX, I would actually trust a little bit more of the time. That being said, right, like this is going to depend a little bit on the volatility regime. It's going to depend a little bit on who's trading SPX versus SPY in terms of, institutional players versus retail. So I don't want to make any sort of official pronouncements on that. You do have to spend a little bit of time with it and sort of gauge what volatility regime we're in to figure that out. And maybe I'll have a little more to say on that in a bit. Let me actually hop over to stay on SPY. Okay, yeah, so it looks like we're still playing with that 424, and then back on SPX. All right, yeah, same deal. Same deal as before. It's really, these 4265s are really sort of like being a buzzkill right now. And then on SPY, I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, so this is not particularly good now. Because something similar can apply, in the same way as I was talking about the puts where, or right? Like the puts decaying have a tendency to push us up. Similarly, right, like the short calls decaying have a tendency to put a cap on us. So we had this really interesting moment where had we gone above 424, it's very likely, and it still counts for the rest of the day. It's only 146, right? So if by 2:30 or so we're able to get above 424, a squeeze is very likely in the cards. There's a lot, I should also mention, right? Like there's a lot of choppiness and craziness today. And part of that is because today is the OPEX, right? And when we're looking at options profile, when we're looking at next in terms of GEX, we're looking at 0 DTE. And right now, as with any OPEX, people are trading and reshuffling positions all the way across the options chain into the future. So that can create a lot of choppiness and unpredictability. So it's kind of ironic that we decided to, or that I'm doing this today. But, it's a Friday, I'm done trading, it made sense. But yeah, it's probably an OPEX Friday is one of the trickiest days to trade this type of stuff. It's not that it doesn't work. We had a really good play earlier in the day, but as inventory starts to reshuffle, we're talking about longer dated stuff, people that are rolling their monthly options out, that can create some, how would I put it, jiggles in the market. All right. Actually, for that reason, I do kind of want to hop over into full. And so I should mention that, right, like full is actually running our order flow classification on 90 days worth of expiries, and then essentially creating an options profile full of all of that volume with 90 days worth of expiries instead of just 0 DTE, and then taking the gamma of the calls versus the puts and putting it all into a single chart. So this is like, if instead of just looking at what's going on today, you want to look at what's going on in terms of unmatched inventory for the next 90 days or so, you can look here, which personally, I find a lot easier to watch. All right, so it looks like we had that test with whatever that was, 424 on SPY, and then on SPX it was 42.55-ish, and now we're losing that. And like, that's not particularly bullish. Like when you see something like this, right, usually, and this is how now I'm moving away from purely options profile into GEX a little bit. But usually if you want to see a squeeze, you want some sort of clean laddering. So we would want some more calls to come in over here, and we want this guy to diminish so that it doesn't act as a cap. Because again, whatever's all the way above us is decaying pretty rapidly. What's underneath us is actually boosting us. In terms of GEX. And the reasons for that are sort of more option-y, but that's kind of the TLDR. Yeah, and you can see how they're bailing out, right? Bailing out of these 4250s, which is not particularly bullish. So, if I had to sort of revise my projection, now that 424 failed, and now that, I forget exactly what that was on SPX, but it was also VWAP on ES. Obviously, I reserve the right to change my mind, but this is not looking particularly bullish anymore, unfortunately. Or fortunately. I guess it depends what you're doing. All right, let me see. Okay, I guess the last question was about order flow and implementing it. And circle back to that. But I do honestly spend most of my time watching this. 4250. All right. I really wouldn't be surprised to see us tap 4265 at some point today. All right, let's hop over a little bit into order flow here. So short puts. Remember I said the proximity of those short puts or long puts actually, so long as we're above them, is quite relevant. So because we're so far away from all these big nodes, like they will have an outsized effect like at the end of the day. But for now, it's sort of medium. All right. So I talked about convexity for a little bit. And convexity is like, if you were to imagine taking the gamma of all of the long options versus the gamma of all of the short options, where the short options have negative gamma and the long options have positive gamma, right? All in terms of gamma exposure. And then putting it in a single metric, that's what net convexity does. So it tells us in terms of gamma, are traders in SPX net long or short options, basically, in terms of their gamma, right? So for that reason, right, for instance, like today, even if we do sell off, like first of all, despite the fact that the GEX is not like seems to give us that cap at 42.65, I'm not particularly bearish. Like I wouldn't take a bearish trade here because look at how many short options there are. Like that's a lot of liquidity being provided, and so it's not likely that you're going to get a massive break or anything like that, barring any crazy OPEX phenomena. And then if we check SPY, I think that we probably had a bit of a jump there. Yeah. So when we sold off here, we had a bit of a jump in net convexity, right? Because there's some more people that got long options. And then it seems to be holding up here. If we see it come back down, I think that'd be a little bit more constructive. Net convexity is based on only 0 DTE. So in the future, we are probably going to be implementing more expirations for all of these subplots, including toggles to switch between, different ranges. Because then, it can adapt a little bit better to your trading time frame. Right now, GEXBot as a whole is really more so designed for intraday trading. Do you guys have any requests in terms of, other metrics to look at? I'll toggle down. And we can kind of jump between them. Also, Horndog, I feel like you noticed something really cool the other day. I forget exactly what it was. DEX, like order flow? Or the aggregate? Aggregate, okay. Oh, that's interesting on SPY. So it looks like, so actually I'll get both of those on there so that we can, let me put this guy on DEX order flow. I'm gonna get the filter low because that's what we care about right now. And then I'll get this guy on aggregate. So for DEX order flow, what we're doing is, right, every order that comes in, and let me hop back into options profile here for a second. Okay, I guess we'll stick to SPY. So every order that comes in, right, like let's say it's a short put, well then that's a bullish order. So we're going to take the delta of that order, and the delta of that order that came through, right, multiplied by the number of contracts is going to show up here, and it's going to show up as positive because those were bullish deltas that came in. On the other hand, right, if you have short calls, those will show up as bearish deltas. If you have long puts, those will show up as bearish deltas. But if you have long calls, those will show up as bullish deltas. So it's kind of a way of keeping track of big trades that are coming through, and it is pretty cool for catching transitions. So, for instance, I don't know if you guys can tell, but like, let me see. Here, let me bring the filter up a little bit. You can just see that guy. So right here, for instance, right? SPX came up. We had a massive order that came in, bearish delta order, and then it completely marked a big pivot, and we came right back down, right? So it can be useful for doing that type of stuff, right? It's a way of basically taking an options order and then characterizing it in terms of sort of its stock equivalent, or what it would be like if somebody just, went short a ton of shares over there. And then what we do is we take, let me get this back to where it is, right? There's a lot of activity going on here. And so we want to take all of this order flow and then aggregate it over the course of the day and say, okay, have people bought more or sold more using options over the course of the day? And you can see as we were selling off on SPY, it looks like there were a lot of contrarian traders that just kept on trying to buy and buy and buy and buy. And this is what I mean sometimes about SPY being a little bit wrong. Because a lot of times it's retail. And so as soon as they started to give up and get out and sell, that's when the market actually stabilized and we started to come back up. And that's not super crazy to see. I bet, let's take a look at the same thing on SPX actually. That would be interesting. Oh, it looks like it's exactly the same on SPX actually. Let me reload just to make sure, but yeah. Oh no, okay, that makes a lot more sense. And yeah, there's a couple of kinks like that we are still working on. But this is exactly what I'm saying, Freddie, where for instance, if you look at aggregate DEX on SPX, it was coming down during the sell-off and then started to get bullish before the index actually started to come back up again. So SPX traders were really thinking ahead, whereas SPY traders in terms of aggregate DEX were very much behind the curve in 0 DTE and just trading reactively to the market. So a lot of times, especially in a higher volatility regime, I do prefer to use SPY as sort of an indicator to fade because, okay, here's the other thing to keep in mind, right? When we're in, ZERP, like zero interest rate, like markets just go up all the time, the degenerate retail traders that get long SPY calls all the time actually tend to do pretty well. And so you're not in a bad position if you follow what they do. But as soon as volatility starts to rise and the markets get a lot more choppy and things get really crazy, at that point, I think it's that the professionals start to shine a little bit more. And so in a higher volatility environment, I would really lean towards trusting SPX and using SPY as an indicator to fade mainly. Okay, is net convexity? I'm getting through all these questions. Freddie, you asked if it's possible to get history for multiple days. Right now, we don't have that because it's actually a massive amount of data. What does happen, though, is, for instance, like if you want to review Friday or the previous day, you can review it until 8 a.m. the next day. And technically, this is sort of a bug, maybe a feature, but if you leave your tab open and just keep history loaded, you can keep multiple days of history loaded on there until it crashes your browser. So, have fun trying that out. Okay. Oh, okay. So somebody asked, that I tweeted a couple days ago about a local top in DEX order flow, which ended up being the top for the day. And if I can talk about that tweet. So to be honest, the way that worked was I'm pretty sure I was looking at SPX because that's usually what I look at. And I just saw, for instance, right, like you guys can see, right, there's like massive orders sometimes that come in. And when they do, and so, I mean, it was that plus a little bit of context. I mean, it was mostly just luck that was the top for the day, right? Because just because a really big order comes in, that doesn't mean that it's going to determine the rest of the day, right? Like there's like flow, like conditions are always changing. Like the way that we built this is so that you guys can see stuff live and adapt to the changing environment. So no, I mean, I saw that was a really relevant order. And so I marked it and then it just ended up being the top more or less for the day, which was more luck than not. I will say though, if you did pull up DEX order flow for that day, the other two sort of tests of that same level also got really negative DEX order flow. So you could experience a little bit of reinforcement there, actually. All right, moving on. Can you filter DEX flow for any DTE? No, not right now. Right now, it's just 0 DTE, again, because this is really just made for intraday stuff. But that is in the plan. It probably won't be any specific DTE. It's probably going to be either 0 or then a week or like a month or something like that. So we'll probably choose like 3 main ranges. And actually, that's something I'm working on, figuring out exactly what I think the best ranges, the most actionable ranges are. But yeah, that should get built in eventually. All right, so Harndog, apropos of all of these questions regarding what we're going to be doing, Harndog's asking if we're going to do a roadmap page. And yeah, so right now, obviously, because this is a pretty big release, we've been really busy with, yeah, exactly. I think that's probably what I'm going to do end of week, end of month, sorry. We've obviously been super busy with this release. There's been a lot that's been going into it. Obviously, you guys have noticed, there are always a couple bugs along the way. overall, things have gone really, really well. I'm super happy with it. But the first thing that we're going to do once we get through hard launch, which is on October 30th, is that we're going to get together, and we got a ton of feature requests from beta testers, from you guys as well, and we're going to sit down, basically map out all of those feature requests, prioritize them, and then just hack them off one by one. And as part of that, we're going to release our roadmap as well. So that's going to be like, okay, by this, by Q2, we expect these features. By Q3, we expect those, all that stuff, so that, if you sub, especially to the upper packages, you can know what to expect in terms of upgrades in the future. Because, right, I want to mention this, like, in terms of what we have on the back end, right, as you guys can probably sort of see, this is sort of just the surface, because on the back end, we're running order flow classification on, we can run it on an arbitrary number of expiries. I mean, we're doing 90 days right now. But if you look at options profile, you can only see 0 DTE. In addition, we have Vana, we have Charm, we even have color. Like, we have first order, second order, third order Greeks for everything, every order that comes through all the time. That's all already built. The question is just, how do we want to present the data? And how do we make it, as legible and actionable as possible, right? So we want to make sure that we're very deliberate about, number one, the tickers that we include. I've gone over this many times, but the thing is, right, like, if we put on, I don't know, some like offshore oil stock that gets, 1,000 options worth of volume every week or something like that, it's not going to be particularly useful on this platform, right? We want to make sure that we're doing things with really high options volume, things that for which we think this can be useful, and things that people are actually trading, right? And then also the visualization, like, I think Jasper's very, very careful about that, and making sure that everything stays as clean as possible. Because the idea here is not to provide a platform where, you go there and you do your research on tons of expiries and tons of tickers and all that stuff. Like, this is a trading tool, right? You need to be able to look at it, get a quick read of what's going on, and be able to act on that information. Like, that's the mission statement, I guess. Okay, Freddie, you trade ES and you use Gamma for your map. You use the options ladder from Thinkorswim. The data we guys get is from... Freddie, can you specify that a little bit more? I'm not really sure what you mean by from the whole market. Where do we get the data from? So our data is not from Thinkorswim. We have a provider. So there's, I don't know if I want to disclose our specific provider, but it's basically an API WebSocket, right? So we're getting all the data like every single millisecond. It's sort of like, it's like a brutal fire hose worth of data. And so there's provider, right? If you think about your broker, right? Your broker is actually getting data from a provider like either SIBO or, Spider Rock is another relatively famous one. There's DX Feed. There are all these like big data providers, and so and they sort of sell things in bulk, right? So right, we have a contract with that. We get everything sort of raw from them, and then we process it. We actually calculate all of our Greeks in house, because I don't particularly love the way that they do their that most of these providers do their volatility implied vol calculations. If you really want to get into the weeds, but it's that part is actually pretty fun. So not super surprising that we've been chopping around here, right? Like if you look at this from sort of that volume profile perspective that I was talking about, we have that synthetic long that's been hanging out here. It's doing literally nothing. We had, I guess more short puts are coming in here. Some of these long puts are bailing. These short calls seem to be bailing as we're selling off here. But in general, right, we're just kind of stuck in the muck here. And more specifically, right, like we have these like really big short puts here that we talked about earlier, really like big strike along, short calls up here, and they're just pinning us. And that's usually the effect that I see when we see, and that's why, I had that tweet the other day where I was like, okay, it seems like we're walled in between these two really big levels off the open. And then of course on that day, right, we break through, the lower wall. But in general, when you see something like this, it's really telling you, okay, here's our range. Like we're in sort of a reversionary environment. If we were to break beyond 4230, that would be an epic sell-off. Similarly, if miraculously we get above 4265, we're getting a squeeze for the ages. Okay, data, dark pool data. No, we don't have dark pool data. This is all, like the entire platform is options analytics, right? So we're not looking at transactions in like stock transactions or dark pools or anything like that.
Do you ever worry we'll live forever?
No, it's literally never.
Neither are we planning on doing that.
What if we live to like 100? That's 35 years of being retired. I don't want to outlive our money, and I've been eating all these stupid chia seeds. I could totally live to be 100. Why do I keep taking such good care of myself?
Just to remind everybody, I'm still on the camp of just we're just muddling around here, especially because of this, mess of a strike that's just capping us here, and then most likely as these puts start to decay, we do end up towards the end of the day, probably after 2:30, making our way up and tapping it at some point. And the basis for that is just the fact that we're not selling off. And if we're not selling off, then there's a lot of like decay in the end towards the end of the day typically takes more juice out of the puts than it does out of the calls. And then on top of that, just this is a really big liquidity level. That being said, unless we get, more calls or more short puts building up underneath us, it's going to get hard. It's going to be hard for us to get up there sort of organically, so to speak. Yeah, you see what I mean? Where it's like, okay, so there's these long calls right here, right? 4250, and then as we're hovering around that level, they've just been bailing out of them because, they're just not really worth holding on to as we get into the end of the day. And if you did really want to get long, you'd get into these or you'd get into those, but it doesn't seem like there's a lot of participation there. And again, this is a very different dynamic from earlier in the day when we were just selling off and coming into this 4230, and you could see that they were adding short puts. This is, we kind of purposefully did this in the middle of the day because it's hard to do these like more educational live streams when there's a lot of stuff going on. Like I remember the last one we tried to do during an FOMC, and it was just kind of nutty. I'm also probably not experienced enough with the live streaming to do like when I'm really thinking about the markets. It can be a little tricky, obviously, because this is intense stuff. But yeah.
Welcome back to another Python tutorial.
Oh, look at that. The gamma on this guy is diminishing as we sell off a little bit. So that would make a lot of sense, for instance, if we're able to actually come back down here, maybe touch 45, maybe touch 40, and then slowly make our way back up towards the end of the day. Again, not necessarily encouraging this type of speculation, just sort of like teaching moment type of thing. In fact, like I wouldn't really put any trades on around here, especially not on an OPEX Friday. Not a good idea. Thanks, Mel. I appreciate it. I'm kind of was kind of nervous that you were in here, to be honest, because you're the much more experienced live streamer. So I very much appreciate that. Okay, awesome. Yeah, and hopefully, so I'm recording all this, so this will turn into a video, and then hopefully we can do, maybe like one a week or something like that. I don't know if that's too ambitious, but then over time, give people a good set of a good set of resources, right, to be able to sift through, because really there is no substitute for screen time. Slot gamma, yeah. So offering the difference between ES and SPX is definitely one of the features that I want to implement. I think that'd be, honestly, that'd be super helpful for me because I mostly trade ES. All right, so they were getting out of these calls. We broke down 43, looking at still kind of mucky, but there's not a ton. There's not a ton to save us from getting to 35 before we do anything. Although we are at VPOC, like monthly VPOC on ES, so that's something, I guess. But I would really wait until. Again, none of this is financial advice when I'm talking about, trading or recommendations or whatever. I'm talking about that for the purposes of conveying how I'm perceiving the options profile, mainly for educational purposes. All right, but that being said, what I would contemplate here is if we are able to get, for instance, down to 42.35, something like that, I might think about getting long into end of day there. Also, Freddie, thanks for making all those. I don't know if it's you or your coworker, collaborator, for making all those videos. I also wanted to say, because we haven't really gotten a chance to get to know each other, but en realidad soy argentino. Mis papás son argentinos, así que por eso es muy lindo en realidad ver que ustedes están haciendo videos en español sobre lo que estamos haciendo. Me parece fenómeno. Y honestamente yo no lo podría hacer porque no tengo el vocabulario, digamos, porque no estudié economía ni finanzas en español. Así que nada, fenómeno. Y gracias por hacer esos videos. Espero que puedan conseguir muchos, muchos views. And I explained the order flow for today. Sorry, who is that again? What do you mean by explain the order flow for today? Like, is there a particular aspect, a particular indicator that you're interested in, a particular time period? Okay, looks like we are looking to tap 35 soon. I want to hop back into SPY and see what's going on here. Oh man, this is actually so much clearer than SPX right now. Like, just to see how it's like, okay, we had all these short calls up here. We had a moment where we could have broken above 424 and gotten our squeeze, but then it didn't work. And so now all of a sudden we're in this pocket down here where, there's just nothing. And all these calls above us are decaying, pushing us back down. And so, our next destination looks like lows of the day, 422, something like that. And I actually, to be honest, I had a really hard time believing it. Like, let's go back to order flow because something really cool was happening here. So right, SPY order flow, we were saying, it was getting more bearish to the end of the day. And I was like, well, SPY order flow, really volatile. You can kind of fade it a little bit. Looks like they've been doing okay. But SPX is really what I'm thinking about right now. And look at this. So like we were coming up, right? Into the over the last while, we were coming up here and SPX order flow, they're just shorting. And now we're finally getting the sell off. And I really, I was kind of biased a little bit where I was thinking, yeah, we could break above this level. If we break above this level, we have a lot of upside left in us. And yet aggregate DEX on SPX was just saying, nope, no way. And this guy right here, 1 p.m., like literally on the dot, massive order. Like that's the right here, like, wow. And you can see how they basically just we came up and they just said, nope, not anymore. So this is one case in which, aggregate DEX on SPX is just doing such a great job. One thing that is surprising to me today, I'm gonna have to reload again because it looks like when I have the history loaded and hop back, I'm gonna talk to Jess about that. That's kind of annoying. It's all about memory management in JavaScript, guys. Isn't that fun? Actually, I know what I gotta do. It's probably me because I need to clear my local cache. Yeah, give me a second, guys. I don't know what's going on. Okay, now we're good. Okay, and I cleared the history, so we shouldn't have those issues anymore. All right. So you missed most of the live stream. Okay. Expectations based on what's shown. You're not seeing much long/short vol. Everything falls under the category of long and short vol. 1 p.m. DEX could have been misleading. 1 p.m. DEX on which ticker? SPX. Okay. I mean, yeah, sure, it can be misleading, right? Like that's like if a big order comes in, right? Like you don't know when that person is going to exit that order. Like that's why you have to use levels and risk management and all those types of things if you're trading something like this, right? Just because you see a really big order came through doesn't mean that that's going to determine the trend for the rest of the day, right? It depends. That's why we have the state. That's why we have the ladder. So you can see levels and you can see them growing and diminishing in real time. So if you have access, I mean, I'd encourage you to, load history and go back and look at what positioning looked like around 1 p.m. And then you can see how SPX responded to that. But incidentally, right, my claim, I suppose, was that I wanted to see us get around to, I think I said 35 actually. And then around 2:30 p.m., then I had sort of more of a bullish outlook for the rest of the day. And I think that's still holding steady. Like this was a nice little sell. A nice little sell here. No, aggregate DEX is just 0 DTE right now. Eventually, we're looking to implement more DTEs. But yeah, so in terms of like how I would view positioning right now to answer, sorry, I don't know why it's like blocking out your name. I think you're SPX something, the guy with the gray the gray hair. Looks like I don't know, what is that? One of those Marvel characters or something, one of the Avengers. I don't know. Anyway, JPow. There we go, JPow. That's who you are. Yeah, I feel like I see you around, but we've never like interacted before too much. So yeah, my take, right, is pretty simple based on like what we have right here, which is we have these boundary conditions, right? 4265 and then these 4230s. And so we're trading inside this range, right? Within this range, it's likely to be pretty mucky. But I do have a little bit of a bearish bias until we hit around 230 and some of the decay starts to hit these puts more strongly. If we do fall under these 4240s, I'm expecting 4235. At that point, I would look to see if the 4230s down here start to add these short puts. If they do, then it's a pretty decent long entry. If they don't, then we're probably going there. Yeah, let me think if I have any other takes. No, that's mostly it for right now. I mean, if you were to look at full here, right? And this is something that I could have, I was talking about a little bit earlier, which is look at how this call gamma up here is decaying, right? Part of that's that price is coming down, but part of that's that people are also bailing out and taking profit on those short calls. And so if we come right into negative GEX, all of a sudden we have a different picture where we're looking at, okay, let's see if we can hit one of these really major levels, whether it's 35 or 30, and what sort of a reversion we get off of there, because that could actually be quite powerful. But it's going to require us to get further into the end of the day. So essentially, what we want to do is we want price to kind of come down, see if people get suckered into buying a lot of puts. And then if we get a bounce off one of these levels, that can lead to one of those feedback loops that could take us a lot higher, especially if there isn't as much juice in these 4265s anymore that are kind of putting a cap on us. Again, we want to see in terms of GEX, we want to see kind of a clean laddering where, because these can act as accelerants, right? If we get above the 4245, right? It's like, boom, we're above there. It can push us up to the next one. That can push us up to the next one and so forth. But in order for that to happen, the acceleration that each of them provide have to be more or less equivalent, because when we're over here, these guys are actually pushing down on us. The 4255s are actually pushing down. Like, let's say we're between these two strikes, then the 45s are going to push us up and the 55s are going to be pushing us down. So if we can get a clean laddering effect, it means that each time we get past go, so to speak, right? We get past each little patch. I actually kind of think about them like those like little accelerators in Mario Kart. Like if you guys have ever played that, where it's like if you go over that little patch of terrain or whatever, it like shoots you forward faster. But the problem is this guy being too big puts downward pressure on us, so it becomes a lot harder to accelerate up. All right, I'm gonna take a bathroom break. I'll be back in a little bit. Yeah, and we'll see if we can get that squeeze into close. All right, can you guys hear me? Okay, great. Ah. So it looks like we are coming down to that 35 level that I was looking for a little while back. Let's see how the profile has changed. Okay. Looks like short puts at the 30 are growing. They think that that's safe. And then looks like basically long puts have grown as well. And short calls have too. What's interesting though, I mean, these puts over here, the 4250s, have been, those short puts have been coming out. Okay, I guess that's all pretty consistent. This is interesting though. These guys are bailing. Some of these guys are scared too. Yeah, nothing particularly bullish right now, fortunately. I mean, I say unfortunately, the reason I say that is because I only really like to trade from the long side. So I won't short the market. But that's just a psychological, personal thing, right? It's not a recommendation for anybody. I'm curious, have you guys been able to get onto the free trial? So that you can have this on your own computer? Okay, great, Peter. I'm glad to hear that. Awesome. Also, right, like we recognize that, order flow is quite pricey. That is really for very, right, like it's for a specialized crowd to some extent. Yeah, there are plans to add Vanna and Charm actually. Oh, look, are we bouncing off 45? Or, oh no, 40. We got all the way down to 40. Okay, cool. So, PGO, are you already subscribed? Because if you're already, oh, okay, well then just go on the website. Go on the pricing page on the website. JPAL, we haven't even started building it. So, I mean, it's all built on the back end. We haven't started building it on the front end yet. So we don't know where it's going to go in terms of pricing yet. Combo position at 42.15. Both calls inputs. Okay, let's see, Mel. 42.15. Oh, sure, yeah. So it looks like, right, like, wow, we really are selling off a bit here. So if they're, I mean, to be honest, like these calls are not super relevant to me because they're so small. But when you do see a strike like this, which is long calls and long puts, that's actually a really good point, Mel. So it means that generally we're expecting volatility expansion into this node. Similarly, right? Like imagine this were reversed. Let me see if I can find a strike like that. Actually, not so much today. But imagine it were flipped, right? And we have a short call and a big short put at the same strike. What that means effectively is that like the participants are expecting price to go there, right? If you have a long put and a long call at the same strike, what that means is anywhere but here. It means they're expecting an expansion of volatility away from that zone. So basically the idea would be with this position, like imagine that the put and the call were the same magnitude, let's say. Then if price stays above, then it's going to shoot up like crazy. And if price breaks below, then it's going to sell off like crazy. So it's basically a long straddle, right? Whereas if you have both short in one direction, then it's going to be a short straddle. And so they're expecting price to go there and volatility to compress. And effectively what we do see a lot of the time is if we get big positions like that, price does tend to just hover around there and just, chop around, which is kind of cool. But yeah, in this particular case, yeah, exactly. Totally. Yeah, if you have short call, short put, you should expect pinning around there. Yeah, so if Sachin, that's a really good question, and we are going to incorporate more volatility stuff into here. But yeah, if volatility comes down, which I am expecting into the end of the day, I would expect us to price to go up. Absolutely. It just hasn't been coming down very much yet. Because, I mean, look at all these puts that are underneath us. And this 4265 is not as relevant as it used to be since we're so far away from it. So I wouldn't be surprised if we can get, 10 points to the upside, 15 maybe. Yeah, so that's one of my main projects once this is over is actually incorporating live versions of skew charts into here. So you'll be able to see it at the same time. So there's currently no way of seeing the status of implied volatility on the platform itself. You can look at your options chain for that, or you can look at something like 0DTSPX.com. They do a pretty decent job, although there's around a 60-second delay on that site last time I checked. Yeah, this is looking pretty positive actually now, to be honest. Yeah, Barry, that's a really good question. A lot, right? So that's something I mentioned earlier in the stream, which is that, okay, here sorry, just to interrupt myself, we're taking off from 40 from 35. If we can get above these two put strikes here, we're looking at some upside here, like actually, which would be really nice, Yeah, so put selling right here. But the thing is, if we're above all these puts, it doesn't really matter whether they're sold or bought. Just the point is that we're above them, they're decaying, and we're very likely to be able to move upwards a little bit, which is why if you look at, full and next, we actually take all the puts and we group them all together, irrespective of whether they're bought or sold. Because the only thing we care about is that those positions exist, right? In terms of the influence they're going to have on the market. Barry, back to the OPEX thing. Okay, so I was a little bit off. I said, what did I say? I think I said 45 for my... No, did I say 45? I don't remember. It was a while back. But anyway, we are seeing that upside. I did say 230, so that was pretty close. Not that, again, making projections and trading are not the same thing. And just because you can make good projections doesn't mean that you can trade well. And you can trade well without making any good projections. Just FYI. So this is, just a, how would I put it? A little sport here, what I'm playing. Yeah, Sachin, the whole point of this is that bars to the left are sold and bars to the right are bought. So these puts are sold, these puts are sold, these puts are sold, these puts are bought. That's like the whole point of the options profile. Yeah. And I mean, I assume probably from spending enough time in Bear Trap, you probably have a pretty good idea of all the cool stuff that you can do with that information. And if you want to really get confused about it, ask Ock, and he'll give you a wonderful explanation, which is extremely actionable, but also terribly confusing. That's what you get when you talk to the vol guys, Like they just which I'm one of, by the way. I had to sort of censor myself to try to explain this in the most intuitive manner possible today, because all right, so let's look at this. It's very interesting. They're getting out of the 4255s. That's like a big reduction in exposure right there. And then it looks like these long puts are also bailing. So I wouldn't be surprised if we actually, this is like a pretty decent development here. Although these long puts are adding here. So it's still a little mixed. It's still a little mixed. Allison, yeah, that's right. Bars to the left are sold and bars to the right are bought. And this is from the customer's perspective, right? Not the dealer perspective. This is what other Like, let's say that you're trading options, you want to see where everybody else is, this is what you look at. Also, just looking at ES right now, footprint, it looks like there's not a ton of liquidity right now. I don't really know what's going on, but kind of no man's land out there. Yeah, Classic X is still naive. Yeah, that's the point of the sort of the upgraded platform, I guess. Oh, I haven't been paying attention to the news, Peter. Also kind of try to stay, I mean, for the purposes of, um, just kind of going to keep to looking at the price action, looking at the positioning and working off that, especially for the purposes of any sort of company stuff, I guess. My podcast, on the other hand, there I can talk about whatever I want. I'm glad, Peter. Yeah. And please feel free to ask more questions. I need more, so that not to generate content sui generis, right? Need a little more, yeah, I'll probably stick around till close. I do the Bear Trap podcast on YouTube with a buddy of mine from the Bear Trap Discord. I mean, lately he's been kind of busy. He's got, kids and a job and a lot of stuff to deal with. So I've been doing a little more of my own things. I haven't posted in a little while though, but I'll probably be doing more stuff soon since we've launched already. Let me check the Gex index order flow 1 second. So this is a pretty decent inflection point. Looking at 35 there. So there is a bug right now where if you load up, when you first load the order flow pages, there's a big bar that pops up, which is just like a JavaScript issue that we're gonna get rid of. But once you've loaded the page, whatever you see there is what's in our database, so that's accurate. Okay. No, that's fine. That's possible. Thanks for letting me know. Yeah, I'll look into it. there's always like there are always little things like that that crop up, anything like this. All right, looks like we actually tapped 35, which is great, That's a big one. Let me see what I'm looking at here. Okay, so these guys shorts are holding strong. These guys also kind of expanded, and then these guys are bailing. So I'm, tentatively a little constructive here on price actually. And we have, okay, so yeah, if we can just get up to 40 again, then we should be good to go for a bit. But this is again the fight, right? Between those two long strikes, they make stuff pretty mucky, kind of annoying. Okay, here we go. Starting to move a little bit. It's getting, oh wow, look at that. Some long puts came in down there. These guys are bailing. Okay, beautiful. Is it 244? All right. And we're kind of clear here, actually. Hard to not be constructive. Probably looking at, if we pop that guy, that's going to muddle us, but then wouldn't be surprised to see 55. All right, we're on the way. Ah, 40, stalling us. Okay. This is actually kind of fun. Okay. These guys are getting out of the way, which is great. And then nothing up to the synthetic at 50. So I feel like that would be a pretty decent target if you were here, which translated for ES premium. 50 is going to be, oh wow, really? That can't be right. Sorry, I have a hard time sometimes doing math in my head when I'm like 50. Yeah, that's pretty far actually. It's like another 10 points up from where we are right now. So it's like 75-ish. Yeah, thanks, Peter. You're right. There we go. I should do these more often so people can do math for me. Good question, Allison. The DTE on options profile is always 0. Like these are primarily intraday tools. We'll branch out down the line, but for now, that's what they are. All right, still working with 40 over here. But look at them bailing, right? Like they're getting the hell out of there. Although I don't like how these guys underneath are growing. So it's not it's not the fuzziest feeling here. Yeah, no worries, Ellison. Okay, it looks like they lost 40. Consolidating here. That was so interesting, right? So like we got a really big response off of 35. Brought us up to the next long strike. They're getting the hell out, but we obviously stalled out a little bit there. So you can see that a lot of times our consolidations on ES or whatever, they happen in these like 5-point ranges between like big strikes, oftentimes big long strikes on SPX. Mm. May have taken a slight little scalp over there off of, what was that? Off 35. It's kind of nice. I'm still constructed, by the way, on price. It's just like, do I really want to have to deal with the emotional mess of just waiting through this range? Annoying. It's not worth the emotional expenditure. I feel like that's something that isn't talked about enough. I mean, obviously, there's a lot of trading literature about, sort of the emotional side of trading, like the mental game, all that stuff. But something that, like a concept that I found really useful is just mental capital or even emotional capital, which is whenever you're in a trade, whether you realize it or not, you are sacrificing, you're raising your overall anxiety. And so you're worsening your capacity to make decisions. And so time in trade is dangerous in a way, right? The more time you spend in trades, the more difficult it is for your system, unless you're some type of, super demon, like shout out to Clark. I don't know if he's in here, but yeah, that can make it, that's a really relevant metric. All right, so now we break 40. I'm looking for 50 if we break 40. Yes, I mean slot gamma. So both, right, like convexity, aggregated deltas, all that stuff. Those tilt indicators are largely they're in the order flow tab, which I'm not going over too much in detail today. But yeah, that's the idea with all of those. It does. So trading does involve an adrenaline kick, and adrenaline kicks are really useful, sorry, for fight or flight situations, and really, really awful for situations that are not like that, which trading is not. So it's this sort of very annoying thing where just engaging in this activity is going to kick off all sorts of mental processes that are going to make you worse at it. No. I'm sure everybody in here already knows that, but it's just worth thinking about every once in a while. I do want to hop in order flow and take a look at some stuff here. Okay, yeah, it looks like SPX traders are still mostly bearish. Some bullish order flow came in there. Take a look at, oh boy, that makes sense. So that's all juice that we can squeeze into EOD actually, technically. And convexity is rising, which is not great. If we got any big orders here. Okay, so some bullish order flow, bearish order flow, nothing big. Hop into SPY. Okay, so SPY is a little more constructive in DEX terms, which I don't think means very much. How do you tell order flow bullish or bearish? Okay, so if somebody buys a call, that's bullish order flow. If somebody sells a call, that's bearish order flow. If somebody buys a put, that's bearish order flow. And if somebody buys, what did I say? Sell a put. Sell a put is bullish. Buy a put is bearish. So it's basically the directional bias in delta terms behind each trade that we are classifying. That is how it is defined at this screen. So bullish flow are those categories that I just mentioned, and bearish flow are the other categories I just mentioned. No, oh, I understand your question now. Okay, yeah, so bullish flow means it's positive here. Like, look at this axis. Bearish flow means it's negative. Apple and state tab. Yeah, I can hop over there. One second. I just wanna, refresh myself a little bit I wanna get updated on what's been changing over here. Okay, so they're getting out of these. That's good. They've been getting out of those. More short puts holding strong. Increased short puts at 42.25. Okay. The read is still kind of intact unless something big changes. We could get some crazy orders at 3 p.m., right? Remember, everybody, like, this is OPEX day, so, who knows? Okay, Apple and state tab selling 175. Apple state. Yeah, I mean, that's the right way to read it, Sachin. They are selling the hell out of that 175. Good call. Yeah. Something I've been looking at a lot lately, actually, is comparing, long options versus short options in all the different tickers, like these big tickers, Tesla, Microsoft, Amazon, Nvidia, versus SPY or SPX. They're selling puts in Apple, selling 180s and selling 175s, which is kind of odd. I mean, I guess, there's bullish expectations for Apple. I mean, that's a good call, Sachin. Like, I don't know. That's kind of insane, to be honest. Like, I don't know what they're expecting here. Unless they're actually just trying to buy Apple stock by the end of the day. Like, that would make sense, right? If they're actually trying to get exercise here. Or they think we're going to squeeze. I mean, if we squeeze above 175, like, that'll work out. Totally possible. All right, power hour. And I do expect that we're going to get some, we've put in a higher low, more or less, and we are above most of the relevant put strikes. So pretty hard to be bearish here. Again, barring, OPEX messes. Okay, here we go. We got that pump. Beautiful. All right, we should make our way back up to VWAP at around 50, I think. Or VPOC, actually. Is that, what's 50? It's like, what did we say, Peter? We said like 75 or something? Oh, that would be quite a journey, actually. Possible, though. No, so everything is classified. Everything. Oh, awesome, Mike. I'm glad that helped. Again, not financial advice, but, we can help people make money. That's what we want to do. So yeah, every single trade is classified. How would I explain this? My confidence is very, very high. So there's, we're not necessarily trying to be precise, right? We're not necessarily trying to be accurate in the sense that, like, if a particular strike contains, and this just has to do with how the algorithm works. We're not necessarily trying to be accurate, meaning that, if I say that this specific strike, right, like has 1,300 or whatever, it might not be exactly 1,300, right? But what is super, super accurate is the relationship of all these strikes to each other. And that's what's important for reading this, right? So, I'm not going to promise you that this is exactly the number of, 4250s calls that have been bought today. But I can say with very high degree of confidence that the relationship between the magnitude of this strike and this strike is accurate. Similarly for all of them. And so in that sense, everything gets classified, everything gets put through the system. Yeah, no worries. It turns out that when you make sacrifices, it's like everybody ends up being really, really focused on, how would I put it? Like those sorts of individual factoids. And so I feel like there's a lack of understanding that, and here I'm talking about, other order flow classification systems out there. There's a lack of understanding that what really matters is the big picture. What really matters is the relationship between, the different tickers, the relationships between the different strikes, the relationships between the Greeks, all of that stuff. The number on the first grid line. Do you mean the white one here, Allison? Like this white 4238 thing? Oh, that's spot price. So that's the current price of SPX. The vertical. You mean this one, minus 4,000? Oh, okay. The vertical outside the spot price. Well, yeah, these are it's classified volume, right? So like I can, eyeball it and be like, okay, these 4265s are around, there's about 4,000 of those that are short. I actually have a poll question. So one of the things that bugs me is that you guys see, I'm playing around with this cursor. It's like pretty responsive. It's nice, but the corners on this guy are rounded, right? But the corners on the cursor, like on 4277 right now, that little block, they're not rounded. It's 90-degree angles. Does that drive other people crazy, or is that just me? Because if people are fine with that, then I won't bug Jasper about it. But like, it's me. Okay, all right. I mean, that's good. Less work for Jasper, Yeah, exactly, Mel. I want support. I want to be able to support for fixing this bug. Like if everybody gets behind me, it's like those 90-degree corners are so bad, it needs to get fixed. All right. Little F. What's it called? Public announcement here. Above 40. Things are looking good. State SPX should be applied to SC. No, not right now, Simon. That is definitely on the agenda as well. Because that's the thing, right? Like right now, you sign up for GexBot any tier, and you can have the classic levels on Sierra chart, which is great. And those levels are still the big levels are still pretty similar. Oh, here we go. Squeeze time. Hopefully. Options on futures in the pipeline. Yeah. Well, yes and no, right? I would say yes, contingent upon options on futures volumes, right? Because what we're trying to do here is display levels that are relevant for intraday price action. And last time I checked, volume and options on futures was relatively low, meaning that the effect that those are going to have in terms of hedging dynamics and all that is not going to be really high. So it's like doesn't really make a ton of sense to do. But I'm going to look into that, and if it hits a particular threshold, right, we're looking at like pretty high volumes, then yeah, 100%. Slot gamma, can you specify what you mean? The deltas of the individual strikes? Oh, you mean DEX, don't you? Kind of like the DEX charts in Bear Trap. Oh, here we go. Yeah, slot gamma, but like, what do you mean in terms of it being displayed? Do you also mean like basically a price ladder like we have right now, except that instead of having classified volume, it's delta weighted classified volume, something like that? Like, what type of UI are you envisioning here? Allison, so yeah, I talked about that a little bit more earlier in the stream, I think before you showed up. Also, this whole stream is going to be put on YouTube, so I'm recording it. But TLDR right now, we are above all of the major put strikes for the day. And those are going to be decaying as time on the day runs out, right? So we have 60 minutes left. These are all 0DT options. Those are all people who are short, more or less, right? There's somebody who's short on either end of those, and those options are decaying, which is meaning that basically the reality here is either customers or dealers are able to buy back deltas into EOD, and so that makes it very likely that we're going to get pushed up. Again, I wouldn't really trade this price action, guys, like unless you're a futures scalper, like I tend to do sometimes, because this is a mess. It's a complete mess, as OPEX usually is. Slot gamma, so I mean, options trade in general, right? Like when you're trading an option, you're never trading the underlying price, right? Like there's a price for that option. And like if you're a very advanced option trader, then you're actually trading the volatility, right? You're looking at options in terms of vols. And if you're very advanced, then you're actually just trading straddles, right? You're like long one straddle, short another straddle, all the way along the chain. So a key reference to have it look at it separately or otherwise. I feel like I need a little more information to understand what you're talking about. Good question, Barry. Let's see. All right, so we're at, oh wow. Yeah, this is a very supportive structure. You guys see what I was talking about earlier? I was like, well, you know, these guys up here, if they fade away and we get a ton of juice in the puts down here, all of a sudden that opens up the field to the upside. The 4250s are completely gone, meaning that if we're able to get up above 45, like we are all of a sudden off to the races. This still isn't my favorite structure, right? Like I don't like that these 65s are bigger than everything else. That's kind of annoying. But if they were to shrink just a little bit more, and these guys were to grow just a little bit more, we'd be in business. And it is really nice how, like, look at how big all of these guys underneath us are. So that's how much you can think about it as this is how much juice there is to decay underneath us. The downside is if we break underneath 40, the whole narrative shifts, right? Then all of a sudden we're looking at a 30 close, which it's not my favorite. Check out full to see if we have okay, full looks even better, actually, I would say. This looks even more constructive. So that may be the case, right? It may be the case that everybody got out of their long 4250 zero DTE calls. In fact, I think that is true. They are getting out, yeah. But that's not necessarily a bad thing. Right, like I actually want more of these call strikes to shrink a little bit, so that we can kind of clear the way to the upside. So I just want puts underneath us decaying and then call strikes not really there to stop us. And then we can just rock it. Again, not super likely today because it's OPEX and all that stuff, but I'm just talking about the theory of all this. Although I am still constructive on price. But yeah, this is a pretty decent picture. Not ideal, but pretty decent. All right, I need to go grab a snack. Just to go back to it, the issue, Barry, is like if they're holding on to those 4250s right now and price doesn't go there, all of a sudden we have a ton of people that are going to be selling calls, which is not super constructive. So it's kind of like, you know, yeah, if all of a sudden you see them, sell those calls, right? It's bearish on price right now. And we're probably going to get a bit of a move down. But I'm trying to think a little bit about, you know, what the next play is. But yeah, I mean, we've been walled in here and here. Nothing has happened basically since we started. We start at 1 p.m. It's been 2 hours. It's like nothing. It looks like they want to tap 35 again. Oh, I didn't see your message, Jay Suave. I didn't realize you were in here. How often do I do it? I just been kind of playing it by ear lately. I think I'm gonna try and do it like once a week, maybe. But yeah, it's pretty fun. I should also check. I think sometimes people write in general. Okay, so we touched 40 again. Got a little bit of a reversion off there. But again, not much going on here. Let's check here. People are figuring anything out in general. Thalium's funny because he has like 4 windows open with order flow so like 3 order flow charts on each window and then just everything. It's kind of insane. I don't think I could trade like that, but okay, cool. I think we're good. Uh-oh. Losing 35 is not ideal. Go back over here. Oh yeah, no, we're okay. We are okay. This is setting up pretty nicely still. Just sometimes it takes a really long time, you know, like yeah. I feel like I want to see it through 35. It's no coincidence, right? Like this is exactly where we're just hovering. It does look like they're getting out though of these 35s. But they're also getting out of the 30s, right? The short 30s. All right, looks like we're going to retest low of day. Which, again, looks like it's 30. Seems like they're exiting here, though. Exiting there. Wonder. Still doesn't look like we're gonna just cascade to me. Okay. I guess aggregate dex on SPX kind of does things, so. Oof. Okay. Yeah. Pretty decent time to try along, actually. There we go. Right above 35. Perfect. Pretty big note at 60, 50 on ES. We can get that. If we can get that out of the way, we can get back the new range. Okay. Yeah, probably. Like they did last week, right? Where Friday, like VIX went up. There were so many posts about that, about how spot vol beta was crazy. And it was blamed on the war stuff. Like they were saying that, you know, people were hedging for the war risk. All I knew was, well, if that's happening, there's kind of a lot of juice out there to be squeezed soon. Got into the next week, beginning of the next week, all of a sudden, you know, markets move up like crazy. All right, here we go. 35 shrinking, getting out of here. Nice, good start. It's been like a waiting game, like a billion years waiting game on this guy. All right. Man, have you just been, just took a second little scalp there off 35. It's just like beautiful little trades that can set up here, like even in these terrible ranges where, you know, if you just know where that level is and you have confidence, you can do a little bit of that SPX EX conversion in your head. Do a pretty decent job. Yeah, exactly. Monday the market shot up. Well, I mean, that's because everyone gets into, right, like vol gets bid way too much. Everyone gets into puts. And then if we don't have a massive sell-off over the weekend, then they all get squeezed like crazy and so we shoot up. Yeah, we can do more series on that type of stuff. That's more like, how would I call it? Like I like to think about it like the seasonality of vol in a way, right? I mean, there is a seasonality of vol independent of that, which has to do with like VIX-X expiration cycles. Put Vanna rally. That's a good way to put it, Sloggamma. Put Vanna rally. There we go. Another reason that having Vanna is actually kind of useful. The thing is for 0 DTE, after a while, right, like what I've been talking about, like the reason that I'm still like bullish, despite the fact that it's like, okay, we're pretty close to the low of the day, it's the last hour, all that stuff. It is Vanna related, right? And it's, hey, we have all these puts underneath us. What's going to happen with all these guys? They have to go to 0. And then we have a really nice little hollow here to go up, you know, just been waiting for it forever because so long as people continue to be confused, it's going to take a while. And a lot of times it does. Yeah, I mean, it's those two things combined, right? Van and charm. It looks like we are getting a bit of a move here. It was kind of cool. They came down to 35 and then just massive wick there, right? Like I got another message here. I can't even tell where my, oh, here we go. Oh, John, okay. John M. All right, still waiting. See if they can pop 40. Maybe we'll finally have a trade to make. You know, like a trade that isn't like 1 or 2 points. Jazz is trading today too. Yeah, he is. Oh, what a surprise. Breaking above VPOC. Also, 75 that we were talking about, Peter. That's VWAP on ES. And it's 4250 right here. This synthetic long. It's a very nice little stopping place for us for the end of the day, I would think. Look at all these long calls I got added here at 50, right? Over the last, what is that? 30 minutes, actually? It's like they're preparing. In 10 minutes, it'll be 3:30, have the last half hour. We need to get unpinned above this 40. Being a mess. Nope, guess that one didn't work. Oil's finally having a down day again. All right, guys, I don't anticipate anything particularly exciting happening anymore. I mean, like, not that, obviously nothing's happened since we started, but additionally, like, even if we do pop up, what are we talking, 15 points tops? Like, this is not particularly fun anymore. And we're hitting about 2 hours and 20 minutes. I feel like, yeah, unless anybody has any more questions, I think I'm probably done for the day. I mean, I'll leave this up. Or actually, no, because you guys can all get the free trial anyway, so you can watch it yourselves if you want to see what happens at the end of the day. Yeah, I think I'm going to wrap up. Yeah, of course, Mike. I'm happy you guys were able to hop on, and you know, I hope to improve in terms of how I explain this stuff. And as more people, you know, as more people start to give us feedback, explain what they see, all that stuff, I'll find out what it is that people understand, what they don't understand, and find even better ways of explaining this. Allison, the free trial link, if you're not already a member, you go to gexbot.com and you go to the pricing page. It's on there. Yeah, thank you, VG. Absolutely. Yeah, thank you everybody for showing up. I appreciate it. I think we got some good content here. And wait, so Ben, you want it to keep recording until EOD? I mean, I can. I guess I can end the stream, but keep the recording and then split them up like that. I just don't want to keep streaming because I want to do some other stuff with my computer. All right, cool. That sounds good. All right, thanks everybody. I'll see you in the next one. Hopefully, I'll announce that one too.
So we are oh, that came out perfectly. We are starting a new API. So today we're going to be talking about the TD Ameritrade API. So if I have any individuals out there who are using TD Ameritrade, it's probably good to know that if you have an account with them, you actually get access to their API. And with their API, you can do a couple different things. You can, for example, get historical price data. You can actually get level 2 market data, so things like bid orders, ask orders, the price and size of those individual orders. So a lot of good historical information. And you can also execute and monitor trades using this API. So this is a lot of things. This is actually something where a lot of people I talk to, when they find out that, oh, once I have a TD Ameritrade account, if I want to manually do trades, I just type them into the console and we're good to go. But you can actually use the API to do all of this for you. Now, what I will say is when you're using the API, the different types of endpoints, the way I like to describe them, they fall under two larger categories. One group of endpoints you're going to find is going to require an access token. So it's going to require that you need to authorize yourself and pass through a username and a password that belongs to your account. So that way you can access information related to those accounts. And that makes sense because obviously we just don't want any kind of random stranger going out there and accessing your accounts without your permission. And so those are the types of endpoints where you're going to have to get an access token. And we'll see in later videos how we can actually automate the process of getting an access token, because by default, we actually would have to make it a manual process, but we'll see we can use libraries like Selenium and Splinter in order to automate that process. Now, on the other side of the group, we have a different type of category of endpoints which do not require authorization. So these are ones where you do have to register an app, but that app doesn't have to authorize a user in order to get certain information. And those endpoints are, for example, the daily prices endpoint, the endpoint, things where we're getting historical data that really anybody could get and that it's not really related to a particular account. So that's all you have to know at this point, is that there's kind of two categories of endpoints. One is going to require an authorization, and then one is not going to require an authorization. And in this particular video, we are not going to cover the ones that require authorization, because we do have to have at least somewhat of an understanding of a particular library, Selenium and Splinter, in order to do that. But we will be putting out videos that cover that. I also did want to make an announcement because I think it's pretty important. We broke 1,000. Look at that. That is so exciting. Yeah, I mean, I think the channel is what, 6 months old now? It's almost 6 months if I remember correctly, because I started posting, I think, in late November, but I really wasn't the time frame. So I think that's recommendations, and that is awesome that we're now at this point. I think so. Thank you again, and I'm very with some of the. If you go to basically, if you just do a search for TD Ameritrade API, normally you'll come to this page and it kind of tells you, what the API is doing and all that kind of fun stuff. And you're like, okay, this is great. I want to start using this, right? And so you'll scroll down a little bit and you'll see, okay, visit our developer site to get started. And so when you do that, it takes you to this page. Now I am already signed in, but right up here, you're going to see something that's going to be saying register or login. Now, if this is the first time you've ever used the API, you're gonna have to register, right? So you're gonna have to register an account, and then once you've registered that account, you're gonna have to register an application. And so when you click register, this little window will pop up. And so it just asks for some basic information like your first and your last name, username, email address, and that you agree to the terms and everything like that. And then an email is sent to you where you have to go and validate that email. And then basically you can log in from that point forward. And so once you've done that, you have to register an app. So I'm going to close this window, and I'll close this one just to be consistent. And so what you'll see is that you'll go here because this little section will pop up and it will be My Apps. And if you don't have an app, you'll see something right here that says Add an App, for example. Now, I've already registered an app, and so that process has kind of been done for me. But I will provide some documentation that will tell you how to register an app. So they actually do provide documentation. It's a little bit confusing at first to kind of understand what's going on. But here, what they're basically telling you is, hey, create a developer account. That's kind of going up here and saying register. Once you've done that, you need to register an app. And so these are the steps that you need to do to create an app. And so all they say is, you have to give it a unique application name. You got to give it a callback URL. So this is something, where is it? Basically what they say is the URL to receive the authentication code after successful authentication. You can use localhost, so you can just have something that you use your own local host as a callback URL. That's what I usually do by default. But if you want to do things a little bit more complicated than that, you do have the ability to as well. And then you're going to have to create a user ID, so an authentication user ID. So this is going to be basically kind of like your API key. So it can be alphanumeric, and it can be up to 13 characters. But this is basically going to be one of your unique keys that you're going to have to use in order to
We're looking here, meaning we have no idea if these were open.
to access the API. And then they do ask for an app description as well. And once you register your app, usually it gets approved right away. I mean, I think when I registered for it, they say, oh, well, it's got to go through an approval process. And I was like, well, if it was an approval process, it seemed like all I had to do was just click a button. So it's very quick. I don't think there's even really an approval process. But once you do that, then you can go to your apps. And then from here, you can actually click on it and you'll see things like the consumer key. Products, so if it's been approved or not approved, and then some things about the details of the application. So the application name, the callback URL, basically just normal stuff about your application. Not a ton of information, but just something useful. And then you also can delete this account if you so choose as well. Just something useful stuff about not approved. Things like the consumer key. You can actually click on it and you'll see things like the consumer key, products, so if it's been approved or not approved, and then some things about the details of the application. So the application name, the callback URL, basically just normal stuff about your application. Not a ton of information, but just something useful. And then you also can delete this account if you so choose as well. Now, really what you want is you want your API key kind of right there, and then you're good to go. And once you've done that, then you can go into actually making your request. So again, just to recap, you register an account, and once okay, next component, which is now we're going to start making requests. Now, this is like any kind of other API we've used in the past, Yelp, Google Places, and everything like that. We're just going to be passing through a list of parameters. And once we have that list of parameters, then we can go and make the request. And so the first thing that we'll do is we will import, if I have my little notes, we're going to import requests. And then I also have a separate Python file. It's called config.py that contains all of my information, things like usernames, passwords, and API keys. And so I'm just going to be importing my variables from that Python file. And so all it's going to be is from config import client ID, and that's basically our API key. So this is just a way to keep all that stuff separate, whereas we make requests, you guys don't see my account numbers and stuff like that. You kind of just see the requests that are happening. So, and then it's also good practice to get into as well, as where you keep your information separate, obviously. Okay, and so once you've done that, you can import those libraries, no errors, so we can move to the next section. So I'm just going to insert a cell below, and we'll get started with I think it's the prices endpoint, the daily prices. And so TD Ameritrade does have some documentation here. It's very straightforward. If you go up here to the top, you'll see My Apps, Guides, and APIs. So if you go to Guides, these are basically like the examples of how to use particular endpoints. And they'll tell you how you can authenticate and things along that nature. Not all of them are in Python. So some of them are in JavaScript or other languages, but they do kind of denote for you which ones are in a particular language. Now, besides the examples, you're probably just going to want the documentation. So you just go to APIs. And then these are all pretty much the high level categories. So you can see there's a section for accounts and trading, authentication, instruments, market hours, movers. Right now, we're concerned with the price history. So I'm going to open up that one. And then there's only one endpoint. They tell you what the method is. So this is a get method. So we're going to get some information. We have some other ones, which are some post. So we can actually post some information, like if we want to put a trade or something like that. We have puts if we want to update something, things along that nature. And so what I'll just say is, hey, get price history. And then almost all the endpoints look identical. So it's going to look something like this. And so it will tell you what the URL looks like. If there's any parameters that need to be inputted, they will be in little brackets like that. And so they will say, hey, just fill it in. And in this case, I wanted to like get Google, for example. It will tell you to, ask for an API key if you want it. And then there's all this other information that is here. So in this particular example, if we're talking about the prices endpoint, this is actually probably one of the cool things about this API. You can get all sorts of level of detail. You can get day, month, year, year to date, day, just a lot of different information. You can specify the period, you can specify the frequency and the frequency type. And so this is where you decide how you want the data, and then you just go out there, define those parameters, and then you go make the request. So you'll see that for period type, you can go at a day level, a month level, a year level, and a year to date level. And then there's periods. So for example, they give you a little demonstration right here, but say you want like a 2-day, 1-minute chart. So you would set period to 2, period type to day, frequency to 1, and then frequency type to minute. And then again, here's some other stuff. You can specify within a particular time frame. So you do have to provide an epoch number. So this one is one where it's basically just a large number that's in seconds that is a representation of time. So you can go down to the milliseconds, and then they say, do you need extended hours data? So, after the market's closed and stuff along that information. So if you set it equal to true, then obviously you do that as well. And so once you've done that, you can basically fill out all your parameters and you can click send, and it will give you an idea of if that request was successful or not. And they tell you the different types of error codes. So if it was 401, what was it? So on and so on. And then you also get a summary of what the response should look like. So here you're going to get a dictionary or JSON string. And inside it, you're going to have one key that represents candles, and it's going to be a list of all the prices, another key that's empty, and then another key that is symbol. So that's how the get price history endpoint works. So now that we understand how it works, let's go and try it out. So we'll say the daily prices endpoint. And so from here, we will define our endpoint. And just for simple demonstrations, we will create a new variable, call it endpoint. And then really what I'm just going to do, just to kind of make things easier, I'll just copy that because that's pretty much exactly what we need. I'll do R for raw string. And then I'm just going to make a couple changes just to make it a little bit more dynamic. So instead of having it set automatically to Google, I will pass through some type of variable that will populate that for me. Keep in mind, this is case sensitive. I'm going to say that again. It is case sensitive. So if I put this, that will bring back nothing. If I put this will bring back something. Very important that you understand that. Okay, so now that we've done that, basically what I'm doing is I'm formatting the string to include this particular Google ticker symbol. And so once we've done that, we need to define our payload, which is basically just a list of all the parameters in a dictionary format. And so we'll call it payload. The first one is going to be API key. And then from here, that's just my client ID. And then from here, we want period type. Again, everything is case sensitive, so please keep that in mind. If you're going to say, hey, it's not working or something like that, usually double check just to make sure that that you spelt it correctly, because I did that a couple times where I'm like, why is it not working? And then I'm like, oh, well, me being me, I forgot to spell it correctly, because that's always happens. Okay, so we'll define a frequency. Maybe we just want a 1 minute. So right now I'm saying I want a day, 1 minute, a minute, and then a 1 minute time interval. And then we can say period. And then let's just say I want 2. We'll do 2 days. And then we will do an end date. So I already had something populated here. So this was supposed to be the day when I was running this request. So it's 155-615-85-24000. And then the next one is start date. if you ever need to do Epcot,
Most people have no clue that in 2023, the best way to make money on Amazon is not with physical products. It's Amazon's other company, Audible. Audible pays me $8,000 to $10,000 every single month in passive income, and I'm not the only one. People like Katrina and Carla, Elena, Renee, all making thousands of dollars a month in passive income using the same system. And the best part is it's literally a done-for-you system. You're not buying any merchandise, you're not storing any merchandise, you're not shipping any merchandise, and you need zero tech skills to get started in making thousands of dollars a month in passive income from Audible. Now, I wish I could say I'm the genius who discovered this method, but I'm not. I learned everything from the Mickelson twins. I took their free training, the same free training that's linked below, turned around and made my first $100 in 7 days. And you could be next. All you need to do is to click the link and I'll take you to a free workshop where you'll learn the same done-for-you 4-step process.
I think, yeah, Epcot. Sometimes I'll just go in here. I'm sure there is some type of library that probably does it for you, but I haven't checked for that yet. Otherwise, I just kind of put it in like this if I have to get a certain time frame. That's just more for experimentation purposes. When I release this actual code, I'll try to see if there's a library out there or something that can make this obviously easier for us. And then I'm going to put the start date equal to 1554535854123. And then our final one, which is, do you need extended hours? So do you need extended hours data? And we want to set that to a string, lowercase true. And just like that, we now have our payload, we have our endpoint, so now we can make a request. Ideally, if you've seen the other API videos, this is all looking identical. We're just using different parameters at this point. So we're going to define our URL to equal our endpoint, and then we're going to define our parameters to equal our payload. Dun-dun-dun. And then we're going to get some information back. It's going to be a JSON string. So we're going to say convert it to a dictionary using the JSON method. So we'll create a new variable. We'll call it data. I'm going to call the old content, and then I'm going to call the JSON method. And then I should get back this wonderful list. It's awfully long, as you can tell, but the structure is all the same. And so it's the open price, the high, the low, the close, and the volume for that particular Epcot time. And so you can tell, it's a little bit hard to tell, but technically it's a different minute, it looks like, each time, if I'm looking at that correctly. So this would keep going back, obviously, very, 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 very long. So that's how you can go and get the daily prices. And so you can play around with it however you want, but basically TD Ameritrade really leaves it up to you of how you want to define it. But I would say with this example and then play around from here. So start with hey, I want a 2-day period, 1-minute chart. And so this is how we would do it. And so that was the one I just did in the example. So start with that one, and then you can change it however you want. And then naturally too, you could take this data and you could use it for something like, putting it in a pandas data frame, all that kind of fun stuff. So that's an interesting one. We're going to talk about 2 more endpoints, the quote endpoint and the quotes endpoint. And so they're almost identical. The only difference between the quotes and the quote is that quotes you can use for multiple symbols, where the quote endpoint is for a single symbol by itself. And to show you that, I'm going to click back, and then I'm going to close this. And if you go here, quotes, there are 2 endpoints, get quote and get quotes. Get quote for 1 or more symbols, get quote for a symbol. Let's start with this one. As you can tell, it looks almost identical. If anything, it's easier because we have less parameters that we have to pass through. So that's awesome. And so what we're going to do is we're going to take this little guy right here. I'm going to copy it. I'm going to insert a cell below. Do that. And what am I going to do? I'm going to take that. And with this one, I'm going to keep that the same. No, actually, if it's just the quote one, it's fine. I'm going to change this from price history to quotes. And then I'm going to leave that the same, and I'm still going to get Google. So I'm still going to get Google, the quotes for Google, and I can actually get rid of this. So I only have one parameter that I have to pass through. It is the API key. So all I did is I changed the endpoint from price history to quotes. This is still the same, so it's still going to be requesting Google. I'm going to make my request with my endpoint and my payload, and then I'm going to get back a JSON structure that is very similar. Okay, and then so you get back this little thing, and there's a lot of information here at first, but you get an asset type. So it's saying it's equity, so stock. Symbol, description, a bid price, a bid size, a bid ID, ask price, ask size, ask ID, last price, last size, last ID, open price. So just different types of information. And what I've done in the past is you can request this information multiple times. And so naturally what you could do is when the markets are open, so for example,